Good afternoon, and very much welcome. On behalf of Columbia University and the School of International and Public Affairs, I'm very pleased to welcome you here today to undertake the 2015 Columbia Global Energy Summit. It's really wonderful to see such a full room of distinguished guests, students, faculty, and others. As one of the great research universities of the world, Columbia is committed to advancing knowledge and learning at the highest level, and the School of International and Public Affairs, of which I have the privilege of being dean, is the interdisciplinary hub of global public policy research, training, and engagement at Columbia. We have a deep and expanding commitment to scholarship around energy and the environment, and this takes many forms. A degree concentration in energy and the environment that is educating the next generation of leaders on energy, economics, and geopolitics and environmental matters. Our world-renowned faculty are undertaking significant research across energy fields and disciplines: law, political science, economics, natural sciences, engineering. We have capstone projects that allow our students to gain practical experience with firms and with governments around the world. And of course, CEPA is also home to the Center on Global Energy Policy, which has really very quickly become central to the intellectual life at Columbia and at CEPA around all energy matters. Led by Jason Bordoff, the center's director, the center's work, like CEPA's, cuts across issues that are homegrown, that are cross-border, and that are international in nature. And energy lies at the nexus of many of the world's most urgent problems. Really very difficult challenges, which is why the center's aim of providing independent, data-driven analysis to help U.S. and global policymakers navigate the complex world of energy, I think is all the more critical and enormously timely. So in addition to a very robust research agenda on the economics and geopolitics of energy, a truly remarkable and highly active public events program that has brought policymakers, energy practitioners, and other thought leaders to Columbia, the center has also attracted a very distinguished group of fellows. And it supports our students through research assistant positions and recently launched a Women in Energy program geared specifically at supporting female Columbia students interested in pursuing careers in the energy sector. So CEPA and the center are, of course, enriched by being part of one of the world's great research universities in this fantastic city of New York, which makes it possible for us to convene key players from the academy, from policy and business circles from around the world. I see the center increasingly as a resource for the entire university and indeed the energy sector globally. We believe this symposium reflects the unique strengths of Columbia University, of CEPA, and the center, and I very much hope that this event will inspire and foster conversations and ideas on global energy policy challenges ahead. I should say it is a true pleasure to work with Jason Bordoff and his team, and I am confident that with our collective aspiration for excellence and impact, the work of the center is already and will continue to make a tremendous contribution. Please join me in welcoming Jason Bordoff to join us and open this event.
Thank you so much, Dean Janow, for taking time to be with us today, for your extraordinary leadership here at CEPA, and for the support you've provided as we built the Center on Global Energy Policy. I also want to thank President Bollinger, our Provost John Coatsworth, and the rest of Columbia's leadership and my colleagues at CEPA for their strong commitment to the center's growth and success. I'm going to start the Columbia Energy Summit in 60 seconds, but I want to try something first and see if it works. Like many people, we have about 400 people in the room right now. We have several hundred more watching online, maybe thousands, I'm not sure. And I, like most people here, have been heartbroken looking at the pictures coming out of Nepal over the last few days. And if everyone here were to take their cell phones out right now, or those of you inclined to do so, and text Red Cross, all one word, to 90999, we collectively would raise $5,000 or $6,000 to help the relief effort in Nepal. I'm going to do that right now because it takes about 20 seconds. And if anyone else were so inclined to do that, it was that easy. Apparently, you have to reply help to make sure you're supposed to do it. Thanks to all of you who took the time to do that. And again, our thoughts go out to everyone who suffered a tremendous tragedy there. Now we're going to start the 2015 Columbia Global Energy Summit. This past Thursday, actually, marked 2 years exactly to the day since many people here came together in this room, in this majestic hall, to launch the Center on Global Energy Policy. And since then, we've assembled a world-class team that has built the center into a leading platform for research, for convening, for dialogue about understanding our shared energy future. We come to work here at the center each and every day dedicated to this mission because we, like all of you, believe there's not a more important economic, geopolitical, or environmental issue in the world today than energy. And because we know that improving public understanding and getting policy right is key to meeting our shared energy challenges. How to pull 1 billion more people out of poverty, how to support rapid economic growth, how to promote geopolitical cooperation rather than conflict, how to enhance US security, and how to do all of these things in a way that does not damage the planet. I'm really proud of everything that we've achieved in just 2 years, and I'm even more excited about what's to come. Let me mention just a couple of the highlights. We've built a team that includes several of the world's leading energy experts from academia, from the public and private sectors. We've become a leading venue for convening the world's top energy leaders through public events like today's and through Chatham House Rule roundtables that bring experts together from multiple backgrounds. We're reaching the world through our podcasts, through our webcasts, through social media, through physical convenings thanks to Columbia's global centers in energy capitals like Beijing, Rio, Istanbul, London, Addis Ababa, and elsewhere. We're producing timely, policy-relevant research on topics from Iran sanctions to Chinese shale to Mexico's reforms, from energy exports to ethanol, and many others in between. We've become a leading resource for informing today's most important energy debates through media and through many other outlets. And as you heard Dean Janow talk about, most importantly with our mission here at Columbia, we're training the next generation of energy leaders. And as you heard, I'm really excited today that we're able to announce the latest effort in this regard. Last January, some of you may have joined us when Lady Barbara Judge helped us launch a Women in Energy program, which provides networking and career development activities, mentorship opportunities, real-world training and practical experience to female Columbia students interested in careers in the energy sector. And thanks to a very generous grant from the Sloan Foundation, we're now able to expand that program throughout the region and eventually the country and hopefully the world. And I want to thank the Sloan Foundation and Ka Wei on our staff, who is in the back there in red, very distinctive, for her remarkable work leading the program and helping secure the resources to expand it much further. Let me also just take a moment to thank many of the others who've contributed so generously to our success. The members of the Center's Advisory Board, many of whom are here with us today, the Center's fellows and faculty affiliates, also many of whom are here today, the wonderful team at the Center and CEPA, I won't name them all, and if I talked about all the extraordinary contributions they make, it would take up half the conference. But I especially want to mention Jesse McCormick, the Center's Associate Director. Jesse took a leap of faith 2.5 years ago when he agreed to leave the White House and come and join me here in New York to undertake this endeavor. And no one has worked, including myself, no one has worked harder, been more committed, or been more instrumental to the center's success. We simply couldn't be doing it without him. So please join me in thanking Jesse, who's here somewhere. Before I mention our first keynote speaker, just a couple of housekeeping items. Please silence your cell phones at this point. We'll have time for Q&A throughout the day. If you'd like to ask a question, you can write it on the note cards and pass it to an usher, and they'll be collected and given to the moderators. For those watching online, or I guess those too lazy to write something on an index card, you can also tweet your questions for our speakers to our Twitter handle @ColumbiaUEnergy, using the hashtag CGEP, Center Global Energy Policy, the hashtag CGEP events. After our first speaker, I'm going to ask David Sandalow to come on stage and have a conversation with her. David is the inaugural fellow at the Center on Global Energy Policy, formerly the Undersecretary of Energy and Acting Secretary of Energy for International Policy Affairs. He's been an invaluable partner to me in building the center. His areas of research include China, clean energy finance, international climate negotiations, and many other critically important areas. And he's going to have a conversation today with our first keynote speaker, the administrator of the EPA, Gina McCarthy. The EPA, as you know, creates and enforces environmental regulations protecting our land, our water, our air, and Gina's at the helm of what is perhaps the signature element of President Obama's climate action plan, regulations under the Clean Air Act to address carbon emissions from the power sector. And those of you who saw the president terrify his anger translator at the correspondence dinner know just how passionate he is about doing something on this issue. Gina has unique experience at both the federal and state levels, having led Connecticut's EPA, having worked in Massachusetts for 5 governors, including Mitt Romney. Even among those critical of the EPA, I think she's widely seen as being tough, but fair, pragmatic, and wicked smart. I think did I pronounce that right? All right. She can do the accent better than I can. She doesn't shy away from hostile territory, whether it's the EPA administrator going into coal country or a diehard Red Sox fan coming into the backyard of Yankee Stadium here in Morningside Heights. It was really a true privilege to work with her in the administration when she was head of the Air Office. An equally great privilege to welcome her here today. Please join me in welcoming the EPA Administrator, Gina McCarthy.
Ooh, can you hear that? Should I keep doing that? It's annoying, isn't it? You'll all wake up anyways. Well, first of all, thank you, Dean, for inviting me. And also, Jason, thanks for the introduction. I have to tell you that one reason people actually work at the White House is because it's crazy and it's fun. But most of them leave because they think it's an opportunity for them to slow down. Apparently, neither Jason nor David actually got that memo. Because they haven't figured out how to do that. They've been incredibly busy building a really valuable go-to resource that really is becoming more and more known as having an ability to think about complex energy and environmental challenges together, which is actually what we all have to do. And I think in a short time, their center really has become a premier platform for really informed policy decisions, as well as timely research and how we look at all these issues together. So kudos to them for leaving the White House and realizing that there was an opportunity that others haven't seen to jump from the frying pan into the fire. So thanks for that. And it's great to be here. Let me begin with I think is a fairly simple statement, and we can talk about this a little more when David comes out. I think that the action EPA is taking really mirror the direction in which investments in the energy world are already heading. And my main point is that a low-carbon future is absolutely inevitable. The question really is how quickly will that come about and who's going to win? in the race to take economic advantage as that transition happens. So I think I'd ask you please not to take my word for it. I spent a great time, and I know Dan is here at CERA talking about these things, and I'll try not to talk about them too long so that we can have a conversation. But at the CERA Global Energy Conference in Houston, I really tried to challenge the energy world to think not just about the direction they're heading, but how EPA's rule can help reinforce that direction, but also to think about what they're already doing and what signal that sends for themselves and for the rest of the world, because it was filled with all of the top executives. And the point I made to that industry was that billions of dollars are being put every year towards maintaining our energy infrastructure and making it as high performance as possible. Let me give you an example. In 2013, investor-owned utilities spent nearly $17 billion on transmission. That was just in 2013 alone. And that's just on transmission alone. So the real question is that they're investing constantly. The real challenge for this world to send and for EPA to think about is what signal do we want to send in terms of that continued investment? Well, let's look at what they're already doing. Let's look at what happened between 2000 and 2010 when you look at spending on electricity and gas utility, customer-funded energy efficiency programs. Because in that period of time, those programs doubled. Was it because they were being forced to do that, or was that because there was a clear recognition that they were really good investments? And what does that say for the direction in which EPA should be underpinning that type of a transition? Because my argument is that investments are already happening. Our rule can look at the transition that is happening in the energy world, and instead of running against the tide, let's put some wind in those sails. Let's put a marker down about what long-term investment should happen if we can all agree that a low-carbon future is essential to pursue, and that the job of the United States is to win the race to be the first to get there, and to use our power and our influence to convince the rest of the world that that is how they should also be investing, that it's not punishment, it's an opportunity for greater productivity. That is the challenge, I think, before us. Now we're doing our rule in a way that I believe is going to not just send a long-term signal, but also explain to people that action on climate is not just a moral responsibility, which it is, and this president has made that abundantly clear, but it also happens to be the economic, prudent thing to do. That is essential for us to keep thinking about. Now, how do I know that it's economically prudent to do this? Because I believe that money speaks louder than words. We've heard that before. In this case, the investments in the energy world speak louder than any rhetoric against the direction towards a low-carbon future. Because according to FERC, over the past 3 years, the power sector brought online 60 gigawatts of cleaner generation, 24 gigawatts of natural gas capacity, and more than 27 gigawatts of new renewable energy. They already did that. The value proposition is that the more efficient you are, not more generation capacity, but the more efficient you are on a levelized cost basis, that these new energy efficiency programs are really cutting your costs in terms of meeting energy service needs by 1/2 to 1/3. So if you look at the value proposition of energy efficiency as part of your generation mix versus traditional generation capacity being added, you are cutting your costs tremendously. And the value of carbon conscious market is extending to every sector of our economy, not just a chosen few. The American auto industry's resurgence was actually propelled by ratcheting up fuel efficiency. It became part of what transitioned a dying economy in the U.S. in terms of a resurgent and growing economy. EPA has 1,600 Energy Star partners. Now, these are not just little guys. These are big companies sitting around the table. Many of them are Fortune 500 companies, and they are all in on efficiency. Now, I know they like to stand up with EPA and take credit for that, but frankly, it's all about their bottom line. And frankly, I couldn't be happier that it is about their bottom line. That's the signal we're trying to send. And banks like Citigroup are investing hundreds of billions of dollars in clean energy. People are standing up and they are agreeing that a low carbon future is not just inevitable, it is profitable, because companies are responding to ongoing clean energy market trends that we can bolster by sending the kind of long-term signal that this president wants to send about the need to move forward on carbon. Let's send a signal to the market that is the largest generator of carbon pollution, and let's get there together. Now, I also want to point out that in my home away from home in Connecticut, where I spent 5 lovely years, there was this company called Fuel Cell Energy. They innovated a way to capture carbon as a cheap byproduct of running a fuel cell. Now, we are not just talking about the cake, we now have frosting here, folks. We don't just have the technologies we can rely on. You can add technologies to those that make a great technology even better. And they are now working on how to scale that technology up so that it can operate at a coal plant. You know, America is already bullish on clean energy and a low carbon economy. That is my argument. That is what money and investments are telling me. And EPA simply wants to send the right signal so they can feel sure that when they double down, it's going to be profitable to them. And we will do this in a way, and this can't be emphasized enough, and I'll probably say it 52 times when we're talking with David, but we will not threaten energy reliability, nor will we change the dynamic in terms of delivering both a reliable and affordable energy to people in this country that need it. At the end of the day, the aim of the Clean Power Plan is to cut carbon pollution from our power plants, but we will do that in a way that maintains reliability and affordability of the supply. We can do it. That's the plain and simple message. So let me be clear. I simply will not accept a standard coming out of this process or a compliance scenario from the states coming into our process under the Clean Power Plan that actually is causing reliability to be questioned. There is simply no need of it. We have made this a process of engagement for every human being. Before we did the rule, we're going to keep that moving forward. We are going to have plans in place that bring these standards to reality. The final 111D rule will give utilities the absolute time and the space that they need, as well as states, to make their choices that are in line with their economic and energy strategies to be able to deliver plans and reductions that maintain reliability first, that also have a long-term plan to make sure that that reliability is being met in a low-carbon strategy. We have that latitude. We sent it out. We know how to do this, and in fact, we can talk about this a lot, but we've been hanging around for 45 years, and me a little bit longer than that, 2 or 3 years. I actually have been down this rodeo before. I know how to write rules. I know how to work with states. I have worked at a state for 20 years. I am quite sure that no state wants to write a plan that's going to shut down their economy. Usually they just ask us to let them keep their economy growing. And guess what? For 45 years, we've been able to do that in partnership with the states. Now, these economics make sense because they really align not just with what's happening today, but the history of EPA. We have always been able to meet our environmental challenges in a way that made that environment part of the foundation of a growing economy. None of this is window dressing, folks. This is the time in our lives where we're not balancing energy and environment. We are actually marrying them together so that people can have a robust future. So I want to thank all of you for inviting me. I think we are on a road for the United States to be a global leader on climate, just as we have been at EPA, a global leader in environmental governance. We know how to do this. And from the UN Climate Summit last September to the joint U.S. China climate announcement last year to the recent submittals of our carbon reduction targets to the UN, we believe that it is no longer a question if the United States is going to act. The question is how we will, and EPA is tremendously proud of our ability to deliver those actions. I'm doing it to provide Secretary Kerry and also Todd Stern continued leverage in the international discussion. I think that I have been seen and talked to just about every environmental leader from every other country asking me one simple question: is this Clean Power Plan real? My answer is unequivocally yes. Will we lead the charge to a low carbon future? My answer is unequivocally yes. What I don't tell them is that we're going to do it in a way which allows the U.S. to actually lead that effort and to reap the economic benefits associated with that. They'll figure it out, and we'll all get there together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Administrator McCarthy. That was tremendous. I want to start by asking you about a story that's in the news today. In the Vatican today, Pope Francis is hosting a meeting on climate change. Do you have any thoughts about Pope Francis and his work on this issue?
Well, let me admit first that I'm a Catholic, but I don't think you need to be to think he's a really cool person. He's had just an amazing impact, and his reach is very large. And I know I spent a little bit of time at the Vatican meeting with some of his advisors just a few months ago, and that's because, in my opinion, we need all voices to sing about the challenge of climate change and the impact that it has on not just protecting our natural resources that the Pope is so interested in protecting, but he also thinks very much about how the efforts we take on climate can protect those that are most vulnerable to the changing climate, our low-income and minority communities, and in his case, countries. And so I think I had an opportunity to talk to them about the work that the United States is doing, but he also looks at it as a way of building an inclusive economy, which is some of the work that I find most interesting. And so we had a chance to talk. I think it's great that he's highlighting this issue. I think it's wonderful that I've had an opportunity to share with him what the U.S. is doing so he can see what leadership looks like and how there is not just a tremendous challenge that we have before us, but it is a very hopeful challenge. I tried to make it very clear to them that, in my opinion, 20 years ago was hard on climate. Today we are on the cusp of moving forward because we have technologies that are available. We have technologies that people like, that work, that are getting less expensive every day. And if our last challenges are any indication in the United States, every time we embrace a challenge, we win economically. We bring innovations to the table. And we will get there together. So it was a wonderful opportunity for me to be there, and I think his trip in September is going to be very timely here and very productive. And I just want to add that I think under the Pope's leadership, we will spread the word in countries we don't generally have an ability to reach as effectively, but there are faith groups everywhere that are embracing this issue. And they have an ability in the United States and beyond to really reach people in a way that resonates to them. And we do have to make climate change personal, because it will take everybody lifting this boat and steering it in a direction that will be helpful for all of us.
Well, let's talk about the Clean Power Plan, which you did in your remarks. And I know you get asked about the Clean Power Plan a lot, but how much of your time would you say you're spending on the Clean Power Plan, by the way?
How much time? A lot. You know, it's hard not to when you have a president that basically says he wants to see this be really good, and he's out in front on it. But it's work that I've been doing really my whole professional life. Well, not whole, but past 20 years or so, because I was pretty instrumental in the development of the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative and getting that over the finish line. And I've developed plans for Massachusetts and Connecticut and worked on others to try to address this issue. So it's a lot of my time, and increasingly more, because we started actually talking about the Clean Power Plan without calling it that 3 years ago. I mean, many of you are actually sitting at some of those focus groups tables, and we've continued. It is unprecedented dialogue, because this is an unprecedentedly important, is that a word, unprecedentedly?
It is now,
Whatever.
yeah.
The university folks can correct me. It's just an incredibly important rule, and it deserves that kind of attention. But to be honest with you, I spent at least 2 solid hours every week in formal meetings, looking at what we're doing, how we're talking about it, how's the rule coming, and now I'm spending probably half of my time thinking and talking about it. And every time I go out, this is where I'm going. I'm talking about 2 things primarily when I leave my office, and I leave a lot to talk to people. It's predominantly climate change, and in the other area, it's predominantly our new water rule that we're trying to get out to land the jurisdiction of the Clean Water Act, because to me it's one and the same. If you're looking at climate change, the place where it's first is going to hit is water resources. And we're seeing that already in California.
You know, I want to come back to the Clean Power Plan in a minute, but this water-energy connection is so strong, and you just brought up energy. Could you just say a word about what you're doing on water and how it might impact the energy sector?
Yeah, we're actually looking at how we can make sure that we're protecting water resources effectively. The water program is really, water program is more of a partnership with the states than anything, because states really have to manage water quantity issues. So the challenge for us is to recognize that we have to use science of today to determine which waters are most important to protect. And what we have identified is these, small streams, headwaters, these ephemeral streams, the ones that don't run 24 hours of every day, really feed 1/3 of the people in this country their drinking water. It's essential to protect, and they're at risk today. The other challenge in a changing climate, though, is that you have to learn how to keep water local, how to allow it to soak into the ground, how to recognize that pollution is not going to be assimilated as effectively if the streams are going to be running at half volume as the future changes. And so we have to look at how we do business all around to protect ourselves from both the storm surges that we are seeing today, as well as the droughts we are seeing. And in many ways, we're returning back to nature. It's called green infrastructure. Kind of a weird name, but it's nature. In order to see how you actually manage the future of our water resources. And it's challenging, but it's extraordinarily important for our communities and the work we do as a core environmental agency.
On the Clean Power Plan, Senator McConnell has recommended to states that they don't submit implementation plans. If a state did that, would a citizen in that state be better off, in your opinion?
No, I don't think so. But first of all, let me say that we are continually working with states, as we always have, and states are not running off into the night from these tables. They're actually asking us to have a second and third conversation, because they're rolling up their sleeves as they would normally do. And they know when we regulate under the Clean Air Act, we pretty much know what we're doing. And once we're regulating, it does require that us to act in partnership. So I'm pretty confident that states are doing just fine, and that's because we're really talking to them and continuing to work with them. But a state would be better off only because it's not that we cannot and won't have an ability to impose a federal standard, but in a federal plan, I should say. But the most important thing is that they get to design their own plans. Our 111D, which is what we call our Clean Power Plan, is basically the most respectful rule that our agency has ever done in terms of the federal government giving a standard and allowing entire flexibility for states to design that for themselves. Why wouldn't you want to do that? It really takes advantage of where the economies are of the future, where the energy in that state is heading. They have every opportunity to do it better than we could, although we think we can do a very adequate job, and we will if we have to.
I have an excellent and very specific question on exactly that topic from somebody in the audience who says, analysis shows the structure of the Clean Power Plan as proposed will create situations where the same power plan on either side of a state line can be a compliance burden or an aid to compliance. In light of this, is asking each state to reduce its emissions proportionately the best plan approach?
Well, you really don't have to do it that way. And we raised that issue because while we've created standards state by state, the response to states can be regional in nature. They can take whatever approach they want as long as they design it and it's not left up in the air about who's responsible for what. And so they can design a system. For example, the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative is a collaboration between 9 states that do exactly that. They actually have an allowance system. They auction the allowances. They spend lots of money on energy efficiency. They've made a ton of money while they've reduced their carbon emissions. This stuff can work. And so states are free to do whatever they would like. The interesting thing is that we made this so flexible. We gave them examples of what they could do, and now they're saying, could you give us less flexibility or at least tell us how we might do this? So part of the work that we're doing is to develop a model rule that will show them how it could be done while still maintaining all their flexibility. This is really not as rocket science as people might like to make it out to be. We've had an acid rain program that's run, a cap and trade program. The state of California has its own program. You've got Reggie, there's models for this, and we've known how to do it for a long time. We're just asking states to take the first crack and step up and see where they come. But we also know how to manage these types of programs ourselves as well.
Thank you. For those listening on podcast, we're here at the Columbia Global Energy Summit 2015. My name's David Sandalo, and I'm here with EPA Administrator Gina McCarthy. Administrator McCarthy, let's turn away from the Clean Power Plan and talk about some other topics, and start with one that's controversial right here in New York, which is fracking. So is fracking good for the environment or bad for the environment?
Well, fracking, I think, has opened up tremendous opportunities as a technology for a wealth in domestic supplies that has really changed the game. I think both for the U.S. in terms of its economy and national security, which others can speak to, but for me, it's changed the game in terms of how the energy system is working and what's of most value. For me, I think the inexpensive natural gas that's been produced has allowed us to make leaps and bounds, progress on the air pollution side, and it will continue to underpin a growth towards a low-carbon future, which we will underpin with our Clean Power Plan. So for me, the question really is, how do I work with states to continue to get them the information to ensure that it's done safe and responsibly? That's the key. In my world, that's the gold star. And so we're working really hard with the states on those issues, and we're doing a lot of research on where the opportunities are for potential problems, and how are states working at this, and how do we all work together.
There have been some news stories in the past week about earthquakes caused by fracking. Does EPA have authority under the Safe Drinking Water Act to regulate under reinjection of fracking fluids to protect communities against earthquakes?
I think there's a lot of ways to do that, David, and we were happy to participate in the work group that helped to pull together the information on the earthquakes that we're seeing, and I was pretty proud of Oklahoma standing up and recognizing the challenge. They have some excellent people working in that state, and they're prepared for this challenge, as are we. We'll work with them. I think that they have every reason to be able to address this challenge themselves, and the technology is available. We can also work with them on it. You're right, we manage an underground injection program that's working with them as well. And I think one of the great things about all of these challenges with fracking is that while the fracking that we're seeing is taking advantage of very new and cutting-edge technology, the engineering you need to keep it safe and responsible is actually pretty traditional. We know how to do this, and the seismic issues are not a result of the fracking itself, but of the water being put back in, and how to do that in a way that doesn't cause these problems. And I think we all know how to do it. We just have to work together and get it done.
EPA's had a study on groundwater impacts of fracking in the Worth Well. Anything you can tell us about the timetable for release of that?
Yeah, I think it's going to be coming out soon. I know that we say soon a lot, and that can mean the next century, but it's soon in everybody's terms of the word. So we're looking forward to actually putting it out, because I think it will provide just another layer of information for states. I think every state that has fracking operations understands that it is challenging, and they want the safe and responsible fracking and be able to assure their constituents that they work for, that they're doing the best job they can. So I want that information to get out soon, and it's coming.
All right, let's move to another controversial technology, nuclear power. Is
I
nuclear?
should talk longer because you continue to bring more controversies as we go.
Is nuclear power good for the environment or bad for the environment?
Not my call. David, if you remember, you worked for the Department of Energy, I worked for the Department of the Environment, and I'm sticking to that, you know, this is my job. You know, obviously, nuclear is a zero carbon technology, because of course it's part of the mix, but it's also part of the energy supply, both in terms of, it's the base load of what we have to work with, that is part of the baseline of where states are today, and some states have chosen it to be a major factor in where they're going in the future. You know, we have, you know, Georgia, Tennessee, others that are really, South Carolina, investing in you know, pretty expensive but reliable nuclear energy. That's part of the mix. We have also the challenge of some of the older facilities that have been operating effectively at zero carbon, and are they going to be relicensed? Can they be relied on in the future? Those are challenges that we're calling the attention of the states about, but I have to be really careful, and I always am, to remember that my job is carbon pollution reduction. I want to make sure that as we've designed this, that there's a flexibility for every fuel to be in the mix today and tomorrow, because my job isn't to pick and choose what I like best. It's to pick and choose how do we make states able to achieve these reductions in a way that they make choices in the market, frankly, makes choices about what the future brings. I just have to make sure the flexibility there is to have this be a reasonable approach moving forward. Okay,
one more good or bad question. Ethanol. Is ethanol good for the environment or bad for the environment?
Well, again, I'm not a member of Congress, and frankly, I doubt I ever will be. It's not been an aspiration. It's less of an aspiration now than it's ever been for me. Oh, that's okay. So ethanol this is really about biofuels, which really is a large part, I think, of the solution in terms of growing a low-carbon future and an economy, and the President has embraced it. The challenge with the renewable fuel standard is for EPA right now to catch up and send that longer-term signal. But Congress gave us a clear signal in the renewable fuel standard. The gold standard are the advanced technologies that we see finally bringing some advanced biofuels into the market. We're actually generating in the millions of RINs now. Yippee, it's been a lot longer than people had hoped, but they're there. Ethanol clearly becomes part of the mix, and it's in there and it's going to be continuing. But our challenge is to pay respect to what Congress told us about what that mix ought to be and how aggressive we can be, and to make sure we catch up this year, which we're going to.
I'm going to bring in a few questions from the audience as well. One of them asks you, how is renewable power such a win economically as a standalone investment without massive government subsidies?
I think, well, one of the things to do is to make sure that the market embraces it by putting a price on carbon. And as much as we have done, that is clearly what our standard is going to be. You're going to have to achieve these reductions, and I think the question then becomes, what's the winning strategy? What's the market going to buy in order to achieve those standards? And I do not know anybody that projected the kind of growth in solar that people are seeing. And I want people to understand, I mean, maybe folks here, because everybody's really smart here, wicked smart here, get this, that's how you say wicked smart, I just wanted to make sure I got that in. I think we are seeing growth in renewables where they're on, if they're not already, they're on the cusp of being very competitive. They are being bid into the markets these days. The integration is there and available in so many areas. So really the question becomes, is states figuring out whether their strategy to a low carbon future is best met by doing quick transitions to natural gas, or a longer transition to a more diverse system, and one that will be, frankly, more sustainable sustainable over the long term, which is renewables and efficiency programs. And I am pretty bullish on renewables, not just from the standpoint that they're marketable today, they're available, they're getting cheaper all the time. People like them. They enjoy having this type of distributed generation. They enjoy demand reductions that can save them money on their bills today. So you're asking people basically to swallow a pill that is actually not just very good for them, but tastes good. And so I think there's going to be tremendous market opportunities here. And the last thing I'd point out is that if you look at where the jobs are, that is where the jobs are. It's all about clean energy. That solar industry put more than 26,000 people to work, new jobs in 2014 alone. It is the fastest job growth of any sector in this country. So this is not, again, about choosing to make investments that won't pay off economically for everybody. It is, in fact, the direct opposite. So I'm pretty excited about renewables. You people should be too. I just want you to point that out.
We've got a few more minutes, and I've got really two buckets of questions that are coming in from the crowd. One of them is about international issues and asks, how can we incentivize other countries to make necessary investments to decarbonize? And there are a few questions about the Paris process. Maybe you could comment on those sets of issues.
Well, quickly, but I think you're going to have some of those conversations. Are you going to have some of those conversations later in the day?
But
okay,
your
let me
thoughts
just,
are unequal.
Yeah, sure. I think that one of the greatest signals about the U.S. in terms of our domestic commitment and the President's leadership on this was the signal that was sent with the joint agreement with China. And I think maybe you need to be more engaged in having gone to all of the COPs as I have for so long to see what a dramatic shift that was. And getting China to the table was really to stop talking so much about intensity and really agree that they've got to hit a level and go down and make that commitment. And the commitment they have for renewables, I want you to understand that's larger than what it would take to replace the entire energy generation with renewables in the United States, pretty dramatically and pretty quickly. And so the commitment is huge. So there is a strength in the largest economies speaking to this issue that I think sends signals to the other economies. And the most important message, I hope, is not just that the larger economies can do this, but that if you think about these issues and the opportunity for growth in the developing countries, that they will see this as an immediate roadway for them to do what the Pope said, which is to have a more inclusive economy, to do what this president says, which is to bring people out of poverty and up the ladder to the middle class. No matter how you phrase this, this should be looked at as an absolute economic strategy that has tremendous environmental benefit. You know, the great thing about working for this president is he teed this up not as an environmental issue, but as a public health issue, as an economic issue, as a national security issue, and frankly, as an economic opportunity. And if we can keep thinking about it through that lens, it won't be twisting the arms of the large countries to support those developing countries, but it will be everybody twisting everybody's arm to learn the lessons that the United States have learned. That you can grow economically without destroying your economy and figuring out how to spend billions later repairing what you destroyed. There is a path forward that can get both.
We'd love to keep going, but last question, how are you feeling about the Red Sox prospects?
Actually, pretty good. But if you ask me that every time, that is exactly what I would say, because I would lie through my teeth, especially in New York.
Please join me in giving Administrator McCarthy a huge hand.
Thank you so much. That was great. Gina, thanks so much for being here. You can see why it was such a privilege to get a chance to work with her in the administration and to see the leadership of EPA under Gina McCarthy today. After our next speaker makes some remarks, I'm going to ask Mona Sutphin to come on stage. Mona is a member of the Center on Global Energy Policy's Advisory Board. She's a partner at Macro Advisory Partners, a former Deputy White House Chief of Staff, to President Obama and a member of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board. That's the short version. There's a much longer bio, but I won't go through it all now. And Mona is going to be talking with our next keynote speaker, Jason Furman. Jason serves as the President's chief economist, as chairman of the White House Council of Economic Advisors. He was formerly the principal deputy at the National Economic Council and worked at the NEC and the CEA, both during the Clinton administration as well. Outside of government, he's held numerous think tank and academic positions. The Washington Post called him the wonkiest wonk in the White House. I have no doubt this is going to be, nonetheless, a very entertaining conversation, but if it starts to drag or get boring, Jason is also a world-class juggler. I'm talking like unicycles and torches and pretty crazy stuff that he learned growing up from street performers in Washington Square Park, just downtown. I was lucky enough to work for Jason twice, once in the National Economic Council and once at the Brookings Institution. Very few people better combine academic and economic analytic brilliance with political savvy and do all that while being incredibly generous, kind, and funny to the people they work with. So I'm really lucky to have learned so much from Jason, and I look forward to learning even more from him right now. Please join me in welcoming to Columbia University, Jason Furman.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Jason. It was a huge pleasure working with him at the Hamilton Project and in the White House, and he told me he was coming to New York to start something modeled a lot on the Hamilton Project that we worked on together, but focusing specifically on energy. What he didn't tell me was your settings would be so much better than what we ever had together at the Hamilton Project. And it shouldn't really be a surprise to me that the Center on Global Energy Policy has rapidly become a center that's not surpassed in the combination of policy analysis, timely, relevant understanding of what's going on in energy markets, convening people to discuss those issues, and as I can attest firsthand, having a real impact on the debate in Washington. So I thank you for your leadership, Jason, and for all of you for contributing that and for the opportunity to be here today. I'm going to offer some brief remarks and then have a conversation with Mona and ultimately all of you as well. And wanted to set the scene by talking about what I think is the biggest surprise in the last year in the global economy, and that's the nearly 50% decline in the price of oil since last summer. I think this is a big net plus for the U.S. economy. In general, forecasters have raised their estimates of GDP growth in the United States by about 0.5 point to reflect this decline in the price of oil. They've also raised estimates for growth in some of our key trading partners, which also had a number of troubles and still do have challenges, like Europe and China. The reason it has this effect on the economy is that it acts as a tax cut. And it's a tax cut of about $700 per household. That's money in your pocket, money that you're able to spend. I don't think we've seen the full economic benefits of the fall in the price of oil yet, because I think they're still working their way through the system, and it's a process that could take up to a year from when the prices started falling to when they fully work their way through the system. And that's because to date, a lot of what we've seen is households have saved the windfall they've gotten from spending less on gasoline. We've seen a rise in the personal savings rate over the last 3 months that's at the 95th percentile of previous increases in the savings rate over that period. So it's a quite unusual increase. And it's one that when I look at the amount of deleveraging consumers have gone through, the amount of confidence they have, that I think is just indicative of future potential for consumption. Of course, there's the other part of the equation, and we've seen the rig count falling. We've seen this weigh on the total growth of investment in our economy as a whole. But all of that, I believe, is outweighed by the consumer side, because as important as the oil sector is to our economy, it's still less than 2% of our GDP and less than 1% of our employment. A number of factors have contributed to this dramatic decline in oil prices. Some of them are related to cyclical demand, like slowing growth in China and other emerging market economies. A part of the story that I think has frequently been told, and it's appropriately so, it's an important part of the story, is the increased supply in the United States, where we've gone from 5 million barrels per day of production in 2008 to 8.7 million barrels per day last year, making the United States the world's largest oil producer, making the increment in oil that we've added enough to make the United States the second largest oil producer in OPEC, or would be enough to make us the second largest producer. I think this supply side story is frequently told, but especially in contrast to what's happened on the demand side with the consumption of oil in the United States, which is a story that's been told much less, but a story that I think is much more important for understanding the dynamics that we've seen in oil markets. Stunningly, we're in a situation where in the year 2014, Americans consumed less petroleum than they did in the year 1997, despite the fact that the economy was 46% larger than it was in 1997. So you had a half century in which oil consumption generally rose and rose, and then you had it level off and actually decline. This is something no one was expecting. If you look at the EIA forecasts in 2003, and I say this not to pick on EIA, I say this because I think they're the best forecasts around and are similar to what others were forecasting, and you compare where they thought we would be in the year 2014 in terms of petroleum consumption to where we actually were in the year 2014, we were 6.4 million barrels lower on consumption than they expected. So that consumption surprise, the unexpected reduction in consumption, was about twice the magnitude of the unexpected increase in supply. Importantly, that decline in consumption wasn't just a passing phenomenon, or isn't just projected to be a passing phenomenon. If you look at EIA's forecast through the year 2025, instead of projecting steady increases in the consumption of petroleum as they have basically a line that is flat. Importantly, this is also a really American story. You see some, if you look at the International Energy Agency, you see for other OECD countries, oil consumption has come in a little bit below the forecast, but nowhere nearly as dramatically below as for the United States. And that little difference in other OECD economies is largely explained by the fact that their GDP hasn't been as high as what was expected. Whereas in the United States, a really important part of the story is a decline in the amount of oil we use per unit of GDP. If you look at that reduction in oil consumption, the majority of it is in the transportation sector, but you also see it in industrial and residential and commercial sectors as well. To date, about 3/4 of that decline is due to a reduction in vehicle miles traveled, due to factors like the higher gas prices, the fact that GDP wasn't as high as we expected, as well as a range of other factors, including demography and other unexplained issues. But to date, 1/4 of it is because of improved fuel economy, including the steps that were taken to raise the fuel standards for light vehicles, and then in this administration for cars and for heavy trucks as well. Going forward, by 2025, the projected reduction in consumption is nearly half accounted for by these types of fuel efficiency. And then coming on top of the fewer miles traveled and the greater fuel efficiency is a substitution for alternative fuels like ethanol, which has further reduced the consumption. Petroleum. Why does all of this matter? It matters, first of all, because this increase in production and even larger decline relative to expectations in consumption is contributing to the lower oil prices, and that is good for the U.S. economy. But oil prices are going to go up and down, and I don't have a prediction for what they are in the future, except that in the future they will probably both at various times go up and at various times go down. But the fact that the United States is on net consuming about 6.5 million barrels per day less than projected, producing about 3.5 million barrels per day more than projected, means on net we've improved our position by 10 million barrels per day, a nearly 50% reduction in our imports relative to what we projected. And that means whatever happens to oil, whether it goes up or down or does some combination of both, it's not going to affect our economy as much as it would have otherwise. We're considerably less vulnerable to oil shocks than in the past. And then from a global perspective, that 10 million barrels per day is more than a tenth of global production. It's a really big difference in the world as a whole. In addition to these economic effects that Administrator McCarthy was also talking about in the end of her remarks, I want to bring myself over to her turf now and say that this really proves that you can have an energy strategy that's compatible with a climate strategy as well. And this reduction in petroleum consumption combined with an increase in natural gas and a shift away from coal, an expansion in renewables and an overall improvement in energy efficiency are how we've cut our greenhouse gas emissions by nearly 10% relative to the 2005 level, and how we're in a position to put in place policies in the power sector and the auto sector, methane, renewables, a range of other areas within the administrative power that the president has to hit the goal that we're going into Paris with of reducing emissions by 26 to 28% by 2025. So I think overall you can see that one of the biggest economic surprises in the past year has also been compatible with one of the biggest turnarounds in our progress on climate change in a very long time, and we want to build on that progress both economically and in addressing our environmental challenges as we move forward. Thank you. Ask me about anything but sports. So
Yeah,
she
no
better
sports
honor
questions.
that agreement.
Yeah, don't worry, I wouldn't do that. So did you watch that Bucks game last night? Just kidding. So first, thank you, Jason, for the remarks. It's nice to be back. Jason and I were close colleagues, and I have to say he was definitely one of my smartest colleagues in the team working on a range of these issues. So I'm going to ask, since I'm the moderator, I get the benefit of asking the first couple of questions. And then we'll open it up to the audience. And I think there's somebody passing around cards, and I'll go through those if you have questions. So first, I wanted to pick up on one element that you talked about, which is obviously the low oil price environment. And it's very clear it's a net benefit to the economy in your view. And I just wanted to get a sense of whether you think at some point that benefit starts to diminish over time because of what we're seeing in terms of not so much the direct impact on oil sector employment per se, but kind of the indirect effect over time, given the interest in having so much investment in the midstream and also downstream, and whether or not you see an associated employment, whether in your mind there is some moment at which, not so much that the downsides that it's still not a net benefit, but where you start to get concerned that a central pillar of what has been a pretty robust employment growth picture starts to worry you.
I think a lot of the media commentary started out enthusiastic when prices fell to 100, 90, maybe even 80, saying this is going to be great for our economy. And then they fell a little bit further, and the ratio of news stories, this is not, I haven't added them up myself, but my casual sense, became much higher in terms of negative stories about, this project stopped, this, well not drilled, than positive. And then every month you get the jobs data, and you definitely see it in the jobs data. You see in this sector a slowdown in job growth or job loss as a result of this price change. The problem is that it's harder to see in the economic data the widespread effect of people spending more on everything from, their corner restaurant to American-made automobiles to, throughout the economy. And that doesn't make those benefits any less real. So most of the models, I think, quite consistently and clearly tell us that we're a net oil importer. And as a net oil importer, a lower price means we're paying less for something from the rest of the world. That leaves us with more money as a country to spend, and that's good for us. I tend to think to a first approximation that's linear, so every $10 the price drops, you get an extra tenth of GDP. Insofar as you think on the oil supply curve, there's some flatter parts and some steeper parts. You could get some nonlinearity if you move past some price and you lose, more production than in any other $10. But I don't, wouldn't surprise me if that was true, but I don't think there's enough of a convincing reason for me to think that, each $10 isn't as good as the last, and all of it's good for the U.S. economy.
And let me just press you a little bit more on the infrastructure question, because is there something about what might happen, not so much the oil curve itself, but that would make you start to worry that some of the CapEx, some of the really interesting investment going on in the mid part of the country, that might start to wane as well and have longer term impact on what we're hoping to see, employment-wise or otherwise?
Instability, I think, should worry us. So if the price went down to $5 and then back up to 200, and then back down to 5, we'd sort of rather take something in the middle than that type of gyration. So I think if you thought a low price was permanent, I think that would probably only be good on net for the economy as a whole, even though it would certainly have winners and losers associated with it. If you thought it was temporarily low, then that extra uncertainty might weigh on investment in a way that wasn't commensurate to the benefits consumers would get. So I think it's more insofar as low is temporarily low that you worry, not that low is low.
Low, yeah, I got you. So let me switch gears a little bit to our former colleague Larry Summers and his secular stagnation debate that he set off. I'm going to ask you where you are in that debate, by the way. But before that, I've been really struck that a lot of the projections you see in this sector assume a period of low prices, but then prices rebound, and ultimately, medium and long term, that you see a pretty robust growth in commodity prices and energy demand generally, driven by China and India. I'm just curious if Larry and now the IMF seems to appear that the secular stagnation story may in fact be right, whether or not it strikes me that there might be a pretty profound disconnect in what people assume might happen with commodity prices and what really could be going on in the global economy. And so I'm curious where you come down on the famous secular stagnation debate, and whether or not you think we should be cautious about what we think is going to happen down the line, right, in terms of energy demand, or China and India.
So when it comes to scary, is Larry here yet? Is he coming? Oh, he's not coming. Great.
Okay.
When it comes to scary, pessimistic,
He's going to come running through that door right here and come through.
When it comes to scary, pessimistic hypotheses that Larry has put on the table, there's one that he put on the table in a paper with Lant Pritchett, and I don't know if he has coined a name for it yet, but I'd call it the luck of nations, that worries me more than secular stagnation. So in that paper, He looked at periods when countries did extraordinarily well in terms of their growth over, let's say, a 20-year period, and then looked at what happened in the next 20 years and found that they didn't do extraordinarily well. You saw this with Japan in the early 90s. We thought, extrapolating out, it's going to own the entire universe in 20 years, and that's not how it worked out. And their argument is that extraordinary growth is partly luck and partly structural, and the luck goes away, the structure stays there, you revert back towards the mean, and your growth falls. And without going into any of the China watching type of details of construction and the tertiary sector and the banking this and the whatever that, this theory gives you a framework for thinking that, part of what's happened in China, part of what's happened in India is luck. Part of it is convergence to the technological frontier, and that neither of those forces are going to be as available going forward. So I think that actually could mean that the growth rates we've extrapolated off the past are inflated and we need to bring them down, and the IMF has done that some. In fact, the biggest adjustments it's made in global growth are to the BRICS. Half of their downward adjustment to global GDP has come from the BRICS. So I think that is a real thing, and I think that is something we should be really concerned about. In terms of secular stagnation in the United States and sort of a technical meaning associated with a permanently low equilibrium interest rate, I don't think that's particularly relevant for where we are right now in the US economy. We feel, to me, like we're almost all the way recovered. Demand is still important, but we don't have some type of chronically deficient demand. I'm a little bit worried that the next time we go into a recession, that we're more likely to hit the zero lower bound, monetary policy be somewhat constrained, and so it's important that we, for example, learn the lesson of the importance of fiscal policy. But that doesn't tell you anything about the future of oil prices, but since you asked.
Yeah. And to the question of how you feel about the U.S. Outlook, how worried about you? I noticed in the March employment report you really did comment on the global forces as weighing a little bit on U.S. growth. Parse out for me how concerned you are about what's going on in the situation in Greece, for example, in China. Is that something that's kind of uppermost in your mind, of something we need to watch really carefully, or do you feel like the U.S. economy is pretty resilient given all the headwinds from the days we were in the White House together? It felt like every time we had some forward progress, something would come from out of left field and kind of whack us back. You feel pretty good that we're really past that, or do you think we could find ourselves in a much more precarious spot?
I feel mostly good that we're past that. The first fact is the United States economy is 87% domestic. We're much less exposed to the rest of the world than most other economies around the world are. I think we have a lot of domestic momentum. I talked about consumer spending, where I don't think we have seen the full benefits of the fall in the price of gasoline. But if there is something that worried me about the U.S. economy in the next year or two, number one would be if I thought Congress wasn't going to get its act together, deal with the sequester, and avoid brinksmanship, I'd be worried. They say they're not going to have a problem with that, and I'm happy to take them at their word.
Really?
But then take them at their word. The second, though, is the rest of the world. And that has definitely weighed on U.S. growth. You've seen our exports slow quite a lot. And that's partly why we need to make sure we're taking steps here to insulate ourselves with things like investments in infrastructure. It's partly why we need to engage with the rest of the world to help them strengthen their economies and to work with them on that. And it's partly why we need trade agreements like the Trans-Pacific Partnership to knock down barriers to our exports and help our economy in that way.
Mm-hmm. So this is my last question, I promise, and then I'll switch to the ones from the audience. But let me
You don't
ask,
need to tell them which is which.
I know. No, but just in case people are worried. Why is she asking all the questions? But which is when we head into the Paris Climate Summit in December, I'm just curious what you say, whether or not how easy or difficult it will be to reach the administration's goal, how much we need to do at home to kind of prove our bona fides in some respects. But what do you say to people who will say, well, it's actually kind of a zero sum. You can't both achieve our climate goals and really accomplish a sustainable and growing domestic kind of production story. I know you said it's possible to do, but for a lot of outsiders, I think it seems like it's very zero sum, and that trade-off is really hard. So can you just give us a sense of how inside the rooms where these things get decided, when you're making decisions, is it how you balance trade those two issues off, those two goals off?
Right. So in terms of the first, we feel great about going into the Paris talks. We feel that the United States has a leadership position that we haven't had before in these talks. We have a track record to point to in terms of the carbon emissions we've already done, in terms of the major steps we've taken which will further reduce carbon emissions going forward, and in the fact that the president can say, this is a goal and I can achieve this goal. I have the tools to achieve it. And we also feel good because the basic theory that, if the United States leads, that will help other countries come along, and that we ultimately need everyone to act on this, but that sometimes, starting out on the path and bringing someone else along is being validated. So you see the historic agreement with China, which again, committing to peak its emissions, which again, I think is a result of our leading by example and then working together to bring them along. And it's also a result of China understanding its interests, including its local environmental interests. So we feel good going into that. And I think we have a good story to tell that a smart energy policy is consistent with a smart climate policy. And a lot of my remarks were about that decline in petroleum consumption. That's a great example of that. The increase in natural gas and what that does for carbon emissions is another example of that. So I think it's fully compatible wanting to develop energy and wanting to reduce emissions. And the basic way in which you make them compatible is a test, which is we have a social cost of carbon that we use as an administration. If you can reduce emissions for less than that per ton, it's a great thing to do economically and you should do it. And if it's extremely costly to reduce emissions, well above that social cost of carbon, then you shouldn't do it. You should find another more efficient way to do it. And there's more than enough emissions reductions we can do in an efficient manner that we don't need to do those other ones, and we shouldn't do those other ones. So I think that's how we reconcile the two in those rooms.
Okay, so I'm going to shift to questions. We got a first question from Twitter for Jason.
I had no idea Twitter was here.
Chair of CEA. I know. Did you know that there's a Twitter person sitting in the back? I didn't even know that either. How do you see low energy prices impacting the development of renewables? And I guess this was asked by several people. Mm-hmm. I guess the opposite of the other question I was asking.
I think it's a factor in the development of renewables, but I think it's only a factor. So the Clean Power Plan that we're doing for power plants, one of the building blocks that we use to determine the state targets and one of the options that states have to meet that target is through renewables. So that'll give a big impetus to renewables. The president's tax reform would include making permanent and making refundable tax incentives for clean energy. That would have a big impact on renewables as well. And then just developments in the market as the price, on the one hand, the price you're competing with is falling, but on the other hand, the price at which renewables are competitive is also falling, and it's chasing the other one. So again, I think with the right policy steps, this is fully compatible with more renewables, but it creates a challenge and needs to redouble our resolve to take those steps.
And by the way, do you watch that a lot inside the CEA, kind of what's happening in terms of investment in various sectors in the renewable space in particular, or kind of across the board? Is that something?
That. Yeah. And the overall trend has been an enormous increase in the last 8 years.
Yeah. Another question is, why aren't you concerned that lower oil prices will encourage people to drive more, undermining the climate goals and energy independence goals? And I did notice that there's a spike in purchase of large SUVs again, suddenly, people making decisions, snap purchases, I guess.
Part of that surprising decline in consumption that I was talking about is related to the higher price of gasoline over that period, the rise in the price of gasoline over that period. And that part of it, insofar as prices stayed lower, would go away. But it's only part of it. And there's a lot more to the reduction in oil relative to what was expected than just the price surprise. And if you look at the price surprise and combine it with your standard consumption elasticity, you can basically see that it doesn't fully explain it. So price is one factor, but at the same time, our fuel efficiency standards for heavy vehicles went into effect starting last year. And for light trucks and for cars, they're phasing in every year for the next several years. So that's a factor that goes, in the opposite direction.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So here's one. How is the U.S. less subject to oil shocks when we import over 7 million barrels a day and all but 3 of it comes from unstable regions in the world? And then we're not willing to build more to get the pipelines to get more from Canada, so it's essentially a Keystone question. As all questions come back to being a Keystone
question. The answer to the second
just
part of the
FYI.
question is the State Department. The answer to the first part of the question is, it's all relative. And absolutely, we are a net oil importer. So when oil prices decline, it's good for the U.S. economy. When oil prices rise, it's bad for the U.S. economy. So we are affected by events around the world that affect the price of oil. It's just insofar as our imports are smaller as a share of GDP than they were, we're less affected than we were. And if we continue to bring down those imports as a share of GDP, we'll be even less affected. So this isn't a matter of eliminating the impact of the rest of the world. It's a matter of minimizing it.
Yeah. And this is a question that came from somebody else, which is, I'm not sure you necessarily would have gotten involved in this, but the net impact, potential economic impact if Keystone were approved. I think that's the State Department
That
analysis,
is also
right?
the
That's
State Department.
He doesn't have to worry about that, so he is not the Keystone person. And one other question, which I know we always get, which is about exports, crude oil exports. Why not allow them? From the lower 48,
Right.
going to take the plunge.
That's, it's an important and complicated issue. There's a number of different economic, environmental, geopolitical factors that one would want to think about in that area. And what I would point out is ways in which the administration has, for example, clarified, the Commerce Department has clarified the rules around condensates, for example, and that's making it much more transparent, much more predictable what under the existing rules can and can't be exported. And together with the evolution of production we're seeing is relieving some of the bottlenecks that people were worried about.
And do you think, just to go to the TPP and TPA question, I just wanted to get your sense of how the arguments are playing in Washington for the trade deal. I see the president out fairly frequently trying to make the case for this deal. Since I care about it so much, it's a little off the energy front, but important nonetheless. Do you think that we've gotten that A, it's going to be successful, and B, that people really understand the importance of having a more integrated, tied economy with Asia? Or you think that's kind of a hard sell with the American public?
There's no doubt that trade is a complicated and divisive issue, and we've seen that. And partly I understand that because there are challenges associated with globalization. I think it would be wrong to deny that. The case that we need to make is that TPP allows us to better manage that process of globalization. So we're going to have a lot of trade with all these countries, with or without TPP. TPP means we're going to have higher labor standards, higher environmental standards, ways to address state-owned enterprises, a free internet, a whole range of things that it locks in that you wouldn't have had otherwise. It means that we'll tear down barriers that are disproportionately placed to U.S. exports, whereas our economy is already quite open on the tariff side and very transparent on the non-tariff side. So making that case that there's a huge opportunity here in terms of where the consumers are, and the consumers of the future, but that also this is part of addressing the worries people have about globalization, the way that this agreement is designed. I think there's some people you can persuade of that. I think some of the arguments I've heard against it, frankly, to me, seem, a little bit relying on straw men or myths. and really are quite at variance with the evidence. We're making the case. We were really pleased that you saw both Democrats and Republicans voting in both the Senate Finance Committee and the House Ways and Means Committee to create a negotiating mandate from the Congress to the President that would be transparent, that would set the objectives that we need to follow, give a transparent way for Congress to consider it, with far more time to read this trade agreement than most other pieces of legislation Congress passes. I mean, most things go on the internet one night, voted on the next morning. This will be up there for 60 days for people to study when we have the agreement. And so I think it's moving forward.
And you expect it to come up for a vote in this session? I know that's the plan, at
We
least, right?
expect it to come up very soon.
Yeah. So another question, does U.S. energy growth improve our macroeconomic competitiveness?
Yeah, I think it has helped. We, in the economic report of the president this past year, had a chapter on energy, and we documented that the direct effects of oil and gas were adding about 0.2 percentage point per year to U.S. GDP growth. And I don't know if that sounds like a large or a small number to all of you. For an economist, an instrument that raises your growth rate by 0.2 is great. You collect 5 of those instruments and you have an extra point a year, and that's really, really great. So that's meaningful, and that's big, and that's just the direct effect. Now, the changing prices and all that will mean these numbers will be different over the next couple of years, but on balance, yes, I think it's helping the United States.
And let me ask you about the Eurozone and Greece. What's your outlook for the EU and the Greece situation? I mean, I think now at this point, people are worried more about an accident, really, today. Although depending on the news cycle at this very moment, we might be worried about something else with that. How much does that? How worried are you about that? And what's your outlook for EU growth when we constantly are revisiting the very function of the Eurozone itself?
Yeah. I think it's encouraging that in the last 2 months or so, the stream of data we've seen from Europe has generally surprised on the upside relative to what we expected. Partly that's a reflection that our expectations had been set so low that it wasn't that hard to come in above that bar. But partly it's the fall in the price of oil, more vigorous monetary policy, and getting their act together in terms of a more neutral fiscal policy have all helped the European economies relative to what we thought. The problem going forward isn't what our best case estimate for European growth is, it's what the downside risk is going forward. And that downside risk starts in Greece, but the worry we have is that it doesn't end in Greece. And right now a lot in the markets think it ends in Greece. They think that the rest of Europe isn't holding Greek debt, that they're somehow insulated from it. I'm far from certain that that's the case, and think it's too large a risk for us to take lightly for the European economy and for the global economy, and that's why I think it's encouraging that you see movement both from Greece and their partners in Europe to get together and actually have real, concrete, sleeves rolled up conversations about how to figure out a path forward.
And do you think that there's that message is really sunk in with all the parties? I mean, I always get the feeling that the Greeks are hoping that the U.S. will come in and kind of carry a little bit of its water with the Europeans, and vice versa, that, you know, we'll side with the Germans or whoever it is at the moment who's pushing the Greeks hard.
Well, I'm at a disadvantage in answering this question because we've been on stage together for about 45 minutes, so who knows what's happened?
Right,
because
I know the feeling.
45 minutes,
Right, because
the
who knows?
situation can change. So anyone out there reading Twitter may be better
may
informed
say,
than I
they've
am.
broken off talks and the whole,
But the signs in the last few days have been encouraging in terms of the steps the Prime Minister has taken. We've had a lot of conversations with him. We've had conversations with others in Europe, and the message we have is really clear and consistent. This wouldn't be good for Greece. It wouldn't be good for Europe. It wouldn't be good for the global economy. So get together, roll up your sleeves, figure out how to move forward.
And you think that argument's been really absorbed? Because at various
it feels
points...
more, there have been some encouraging signs. But no, we're not there yet.
Yeah. And how worried are you about an exit? There's a question of an affirmative kind of Grexit scenario, but how worried are you about just an accident, right? I mean, we've got a lot of riding on the line.
I don't think we want to find out the answer to your question.
Yeah. Yeah, we could avoid that. That'd be good, right? Okay, I'm going to switch back. I'm switching between U.S. and international questions, but how does CEA use a carbon price?
So we worked closely with OIRA, the regulatory administrators that are part of the Office of Management and Budget, to develop a social cost of carbon. We did that based on the best research, synthesizing it. And now that's a common social cost of carbon that's used for regulation throughout the executive branch. And, it's a simple concept, which is each ton of carbon does a set of damage that we can measure. It's about $37 a ton, and it rises over time. And so if regulations can reduce carbon for less than that, they're a good idea. For more than that, they're not a good idea. And that price is also consistent with hitting the emissions targets we need to hit, which are part of hitting, a global temperature target.
Yeah, and this will be, I think, the last question, which is, where do you see the biggest growth opportunity for the U.S. Energy industry? Do you have a view on?
If I knew the answer to that question, I wouldn't be in government. I'd be in some type of job, or maybe at the Center for Global Energy Policy. But no, I think our job is to be a little bit neutral in answer to a question like that. Get the regulatory incentives right so that you're leveling the playing field. So if renewables have a positive externality, if carbon associated with coal-fueled power plants have a negative externality, that you have something that takes that into account, and then let the market figure out the answers to those questions. So I think there's a lot of potential in a lot of different energy sectors, but the relative ratio of them is something that the market will have to figure out, and we just have to make sure it figures it out in a way that's consistent with sustainable growth and addressing our climate challenges.
Okay. Well, please join me in thanking Jason Berman.
That was great. Thank you so much. Thanks, Mona. Thanks, Jason. That was a fantastic conversation. I dare say even more interesting than you juggling would have been, Jason. You can see why I was so lucky to work for him and why we're so lucky to have Mona being so helpful to the center and spending so much time helping us grow and succeed as a member of our advisory board. After our next speaker, I'm going to ask Dan Yergin to come on stage. Dan, of course, needs no introduction to an energy conference like this one. Pulitzer Prize-winning author of The Prize, author of The Quest, founder of Cambridge Energy Research Associates, vice chairman of IHS, recently awarded the United States Energy Award for lifelong achievements in energy and the promotion of international understanding. He's written numerous books and articles, won numerous awards, serves on numerous boards, including the Center on Global Energy Policies. And on a personal note, I've just been incredibly lucky that he's been such a generous mentor and friend to me and is so committed to our success here at the center. There's no better demonstration of that commitment than his even being here today after the exhausting week that he just had hosting probably the world's premier energy conference, CERAWeek, in Houston. Dan will come on stage in a minute and speak with John Hickenlooper, the governor of Colorado. And few governors, I think, are better able to speak to the complex set of energy issues that we're discussing today. He's a former geologist in the oil patch who saw firsthand the ups and downs in the oil industry. Later went on to be a very successful entrepreneur in the microbrewery business. He became the mayor of Denver without ever having held elective office before that, and in that role championed environmental issues like boosting energy efficiency, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, promoting green urban design. And today he runs a state that really is a true all-of-the-above energy state, a recognized leader in solar, wind, geothermal, and also oil, gas, and coal. And the first state to pass a voter-approved renewable energy standard. He's a moderate in the most purple, one of the most purple of states, and so he's had to moderate a host of controversial issues, including how to navigate the sharply divided views in his state about shale, oil, and gas development, which we're familiar with here in New York State. So we have much to discuss with him, and we're really grateful to him for traveling to New York today to be with us. Please join me in welcoming the governor of Colorado, John Hickenlooper.
Thank you, Jason. And people generally say that when I left the oil and gas business in 1986, which was not my choice, if you remember the recession, the price collapse back then, I went from one liquid to the other, from going from the oil and gas business to the beer. I opened the first brew pub in the Rocky Mountains and then ended up opening brew pubs across the country. They asked me to keep this to 5 minutes. I think I'll just make it a couple of minutes so we can do more questions and answers. 2 points I just want to make, and I was about a month ago spoke at APAC in Washington at their national conference on energy, and I think the remarkable energy transformation we've seen in the United States really is impacting the rest of the world as well. Obviously, in the U.S., we know that we know the basic facts that oil production has increased dramatically. Natural gas is now abundant and at a stable, low price without the huge fluctuations we'd seen before. Renewable energies are flourishing. In Israel, through these innovations and shale gas discoveries, we've seen the largest offshore discovery of natural gas of the past decade, some significant reserves onshore. I was asked at APAC how I viewed the role of OPEC and its impact on our long-term security. And what I said was I'm not even sure the question is relevant, just because the answer shows that energy doesn't just power our lives, it powers geopolitical change. The answer is relevant. The U.S. is on the cusp of energy independence. That's going to take a little longer because of the drop in prices. But Israel is achieving energy independence with their offshore discoveries, Tamar and Leviathan. What that really means is that OPEC is the past, and their leverage over the economies of the world has been significantly diminished. And I think now the United States and Israel and many other countries are no longer as beholden to OPEC. We really control our own fates. I think energy presents the biggest opportunity for democracy and stability in the Middle East and ultimately across the world. And the second point I want to make is that the innovation, this connection of horizontal drilling with hydraulic fracturing, so many people thought, and many people still think, it's a binary innovation, right? So it's like a faucet that we turn on or turn off, that before we had this innovation we couldn't get shale gas, now we can get shale gas. But that's a much too simplistic way of looking at it. What the truth is that so we turned it on and now we're really turning it on. And it's the type of innovation that's going to continue to create more innovations, and the yields that they're going to get per foot of drilled wells is going to continue to increase, and that increase in production is going to accelerate because of the drop in price. The large service companies like Halliburton and Schlumberger and the others are all going to really push their research, and as that increased efficiency and cost effectiveness continues to increase, it's going to expand the role that widespread fuel recoveries are to create independence in terms of our democracies and providing stronger roles for energy or for stability and freedom. To a certain extent, I look at a conference like this, that's a lot of what this conference is about, is really changing the world with energy. And I look back to when I was a geologist in the early 1980s and how I looked at the world both geopolitically and as an energy landscape. And the transformation has been so beyond anything I could have imagined then. And yet, looking back, it almost seems predictable. And I think the hard part is looking at the next 10 or 15 years and really trying to predict how this continuing acceleration of effectiveness and efficiency out of our producing wells is going to continue to change how we view democracy in the world. So let's get on with the questions.
Governor, let me echo Jason and certainly welcome you here to what has become a very important energy conference. You just made the comment these changes in energy are important to the country. They're very important to the state of Colorado. As you noted, you had the experience in you know a lot about cycles because you were laid off in one cycle on July 5th, 1986. And went into other courses, as Jason suggested. So share with us today both how this unconventional revolution is affecting the state of Colorado, and also, at this point in the cycle, how the downturn is affecting the state of Colorado.
So it took us, these innovations in exploration and production, took us from being a mature oil and gas state to being one of the hottest states, and we're, I think, 7th in oil production and 6th in natural gas production in the country. But it really has also transformed our cities, the expansion of our workforce. These are very valuable jobs to our economy. The downturn, and so far, in March we predicted a 10% loss of employment in the industry over the course of this year. It looks like we still are holding to that 10%. In terms of severance taxes, most of our production is on private land or is on federal land. We don't have that much state land, so we are not as dependent on the severance taxes. So it's going to have a negative effect, but it will be muted.
Right. You've been at the center of a number of energy controversies, and we'll talk about the three of them that stand out because they're so central to this. But as you stand back and your experience, public life and private life, why is there this tendency towards polarization over these energy issues?
Well, there are a lot of reasons. Polarization is pretty much everywhere right now, and we could spend the next 30 minutes just talking about that. Specifically within the oil and gas industry, the widespread application of horizontal drilling and hydraulic fracturing has brought exploration and production into suburban neighborhoods in a way that no other innovation ever has. And that has given a lot of fuel, a lot of energy to the anti-oil and gas, the really strong environmentalists that have always been against oil and gas and thought that we should have been solar, renewable energies 25 years ago. And they now have a platform to get people with more moderate views are sympathetic to saying, well, how can you have an industrial operation, 500 feet or 700 feet from a suburban neighborhood, and it's created a great deal of controversy.
So that's one of the major environmental issues that you wrestled with. It was going to be on the ballot in 2014. Instead, you set up a commission, and to address this as one of the questions around unconventional, what did the commission come up with, and how has it set the course for the future, and were you surprised by any of the outcomes from it?
Yeah, and just as a context, so we were going to have a couple of constitutional amendments on our 2014 ballot that were pretty extreme, right? Banning fracking or 2,500-foot mandatory setbacks for any new well drilled. We negotiated with the people that were supporting those somewhat extreme measures and said, well, what we're going to do in exchange, why don't we create a task force, a commission, and put, 1/3 of the people represent different perspectives in the oil and gas industry, 1/3 will be different perspectives in the environmental / local control industry perspective, and these are people that think that mayors or city council members or county commissioners should have the absolute right to ban oil and gas exploration, within the confines of a community. And then 1/3 independent people that are not from either camp. And this was the compromise we agreed to, and we had former Secretary of State, we had a former Speaker of the House, we had a former Supreme Court Justice as part of those independent voices, and we said that we would have a 2/3 majority before we would forward anything to the legislature. They met for about 3 months, and they came to genuine conclusions. And I think it was one of the first times that we had members of API, large oil and gas companies, that we're recognizing the need for some local control and giving it. Now, local communities weren't offered the veto power to say you can't explore or produce right in these places, but they were given a voice, really, for the first time. And I think now the legislature has passed and approved budgets for additional inspectors, some of these other moderate compromises that really are giving those local communities the right to make sure that their air and their water isn't in any way moderated.
So you found a way to come to an equilibrium on this issue?
Certainly my perspective and most people's perspective. Now, some of the, again, more extreme environmental folks said, well, you guys never answered the question. You never proposed anything about giving real local control. Well, as I answered, we did. This commission, with our smartest and brightest people, most experienced and wisest individuals, said that we shouldn't have veto power through local control.
Because, of course, there is also a question of mineral rights and ownership rights.
It's in our state constitution, the right of private property and the right to access those minerals, as long as you can do so in such a way that doesn't harm the surface owner, irreparably.
One of the other tough questions you tackled was methane, and how did you get that one fixed?
Well, that was a couple years ago, and again, we went to the larger, some of the really responsible companies in Colorado, Anadarko, Noble, and Canna, and we said, you're losing the public relations battle, and we recognize, we all know there's a lot of fugitive emissions. We should address this. And this discussion, after about 6 or 7 months, they agreed to come to the table. We had the Environmental Defense Fund and Fred Krupp's team. Both they and the industry provided experts. We had local environmental groups that worked on this for 4 months. They debated what were the facts, and then they sat down, rolled up their sleeves, and came up with...
So the first thing was that they had to come to an agreement on what the actual...
Exactly.
Yeah.
My son was a big stickler for the fact. He said, we got into a fight one time, and he said, Daddy, what do you do at work that's so hard? Make decisions, get the facts, make a decision, check, next. It was the next day that I said, at that time I said, you're right, 5th grade is harder than being governor. But the next day I realized that that's easy to say, get the facts, make a decision, check next, if you all agree on the facts. So we had the experts from Anadarko and Noble and Canna working with the environmental experts, agreeing on the facts, and then our commitment to the industry was that A, we'd make sure that we didn't create any red tape or bureaucracy, B, every dollar they spent would actually make the air cleaner, and C, they'd get credit. It wouldn't be the environmental community just coming and getting all the credit, they would share credit, which when we announced these regulations, and Colorado was the first state to regulate methane, we had the senior executives from the oil and gas industry as well as the senior executives from the environmental community, both on the podium, both, saying this is success.
So how do you, so what lesson would you take away from that for other states and for the country as a whole?
Well, I think that it's work, and it's not very glamorous, and I'm not sure the public always appreciates it. But making sure that everyone's in the room and that everyone's, we started off, what are the outcomes we want, right? We recognize we've got some significant air pollution. What is going to give us the greatest reduction for the lowest cost, and how do we get there with the least bureaucracy? And once we kind of agreed that that was going to be our goal, and then got the facts together, it's doable. And I think what's interesting is that I was talking to one of the executives from Noble and Anadarko, and they say in the first couple years of implementation, they're already finding ways within their staff to deliver the reducing these fugitive emissions with lower costs. So they're finding different gauges and techniques and methodologies so that they can achieve these outcomes. Originally, it was going to be $60 to $80 million a year of additional costs. And again, this was a voluntary rulemaking with the industry and the environmental community. I think now we're going to get down, at some point, given another 2 or 3 years, we'll get this down to $30 or $40 million a year. And, that's kind of the history of the environmental regulation, right? It's an incremental step after step after step that we continue to make sure we do it at the lowest possible cost with the least amount of turbulence.
So how would you rank Colorado as a regulator of this activity?
Well, I argue that we're the most rigorous. I mean, we try to be the most pro-business But I think we have about the most rigorous set of regulations, but they weren't made in a vacuum. In other words, the industry was side by side as we created these regulations, and I think that's the most efficient way to do regulations. And I think, again, we're the first state to get to methane regulation. By doing regulations in that way, you get the participation of your industry as well as your environmental community.
So there's a lot of, been a lot of debate whether the federal government should regulate this activity more because you can't trust the states, or the states should do it because they're actually closer to the local situation and they understand it more and more in touch with the community. Kind of where do you come out on this debate?
Well, I'm sure we'll talk about the EPA and some of their new regulations they're looking at.
I promise you we will.
But I chaired, a couple years ago, I chaired the Western Governors Association. And just in the last 6 months, I think we're coming close to a consensus that all the Western governors of these Western states are going to agree to harmonize our oil and gas regulations. So, and what that means, of course, in the modern world, no one's going to reduce their regulations and say, all right, well, we can afford to have a little dirtier air or a little dirtier water. It means that everyone's going to come up to the stiffest standards of their neighboring states. But if we do that, and all of a sudden we have 14 states that all agree that this is how we regulate methane, this is how we regulate spills. If we get to that point, then I think it reduces the federal government's argument that they need to come in, because if the states, part of the federal argument is that there's too much difference between the states, and that there are vacuums and pockets of non-regulation that are putting people at risk. And I think if the states can come together and do this on their own, and I think to a large extent the Obama administration agrees with this, if we can do it ourselves, they won't feel the need to come in and impose a set of federal regulations.
Have you had a chance yet to look at the new Department of Interior regulations about shale development on federal lands?
We are looking at them in detail, but certainly we are concerned.
Concerned because?
Well, it has the potential to set, again, different sets of regulations between what the state has regulated and then what we're going to have oil and gas companies having to do very different regulations on
sort of next door
adjacent properties, yeah, which really doesn't make much sense. So we're hoping, and we've talked to I'm a great fan of Sally Jewell, the Secretary of the Interior. I think she's a remarkable leader and really is approaching this in a balanced way. And I think we just need to sit down and kind of work through this. My goal would be that if an oil and gas company, whether they're going to drill on private land or state land or federal land, it should be the same application, the same permit application, and the same bureaucracy that they should deal with. We shouldn't be trying to tie them up just to slow them down.
Yeah, instead of three different. Well, here we are in New York State, and with your own experience of what you've observed in Colorado, approaching as a geologist, how do you see Governor Cuomo's ban on shale gas development in the poorer parts of New York State?
Well, and just watching Governor Cuomo right now in a serious battle with one of the strongest Democratic constituencies, the teachers union, and he is fighting for, this assessment, this whole notion of having high standards for all our students and Common Core standards with appropriate assessment, and he's not backing down. So I just want to say at the outset, I have tremendous admiration for Governor Cuomo on a lot of fronts. We disagree on this in terms of the oil and gas exploration activity. He is still very concerned that whether it can be done safely. And I think in a lot of parts of the country, we're demonstrating that it can be done safely. Now, in New York, the producing horizons are closer to groundwater than they are in most parts of the West. But again, making sure that you guarantee wellbore integrity, making sure that you monitor for fugitive emissions, I think there's a way that he can do that. And if they can find a way to do that, it is certainly in places like Western New York where it's difficult to get high-paying jobs and industries that can really expand across a whole part of the state like that. It would have a very, very profound impact, a beneficial impact on Western New York. But well, let me make sure I am not, Governor Cuomo is managing at a level far larger and more complex than mine, and I am in no way meaning that as a criticism. It's just that we disagree on that, whether we can do that safely.
Yeah, and I guess from the experience of Colorado, the answer is you can do it safely if it's properly regulated.
Absolutely. Well, and I think, Governor Cuomo, I think, is one of the, and I mean this sincerely, I think he's one of the brightest governors. I'm the chair of the National Governors Association. I know almost all the governors in the country, and Governor Cuomo is, I think, one of the best. But he's obviously going very, very slowly in this regard.
Right. Well, we just had Gina McCarthy here, the EPA administrator, speaking about the clean energy plan and moving ahead. 60% of Colorado's electricity comes from coal. We heard it from the administrator's viewpoint. How does this all look to you from the viewpoint of the governor of Colorado?
Well, you know, and again, Gina McCarthy is an interesting. She is someone who's been in the EPA for a number of years. She's also had experience, as she said, locally and working for a state. I find it very comforting that you got somebody who actually understands these regs and their impact on state officials. This new 111D, we're not sure yet, and we're still negotiating, and they've been very open to the negotiations. I don't think they're going to push it back another year, as some people hope, but they are very open to negotiations. We're worried that we don't get credit. We passed in 2009 the Clean Air, Clean Jobs bill, which is going to move us from, we were 70% 6 years ago, 70% coal. Now we're 60% coal. By 2017, we'll be 50% coal. Most of that has come from natural gas, which is obviously much cleaner and really almost comparable in cost these days. But also, we're up to almost 20% in terms of wind energy. So we're moving towards a cleaner energy usage, and yet a lot of that happened before when the EPA is calibrating their rate of change. And so, at least as it stands now, we're not getting credit for all the work we already did.
So your critique of it would be you shouldn't be penalized for being an early adapter.
Exactly. I think that if anything, we should be given credit, and the federal government should want to reward those early adapters so that they can go back to their citizens and say, hey, we did it here first. Here's the benefits of being first, and we should keep going.
Right. One of the questions that come up, we've talked about several of the issues, community impact of shale gas. We talked about methane. Another one is shale wastewater disposal, any threats of earth tremors, earthquakes in Colorado, and are you all looking at that?
Oh, sure. We have not had the same level of tremors that they've had in Oklahoma or other places, and it is a real concern. We have had tremors. We have slowed down the rate of injection. Again, I always want to emphasize the tremors are not from fracking. They're not from the production of oil and gas. They're from taking wastewater produced and injecting that down old wells under great pressure, and that is somehow getting onto fault planes and creating little bits of slippage. I think the bigger question we should be asking, I mean, as a country where almost a third of the country is in drought, almost all the time it seems like for the last 15 years, why are we not able to take that water and find a way to make it usable? Even if we can't make it potable, get it to a quality level that we can use it for growing wheat or hay, or somehow put it to use.
Yeah, and obviously water is an area calling out for a lot of innovation.
Exactly. I think there's huge opportunities there rather than injecting it. How can we figure some way to take the salinity and the impurities out of it so we can use it?
Well, one thing that's in addition to shale gas, tight oil that's produced legally in the state of Colorado, so is marijuana.
I can't believe that everybody finds a way to. Here I am in an oil and gas conversation.
I know.
What are the chances that marijuana would be asked?
But we're going to tie it into economic development. What is bringing young people to your state? Is it economic opportunity, job creation, or is it marijuana?
You don't get the Pulitzer Prize for nothing. Just want to make sure that's clear. Well, first, Colorado has been the beneficiary over the last 10 years or 12 years of a great in-migration of millennials. I think it's due to several factors, as close as we can find out. The outdoor recreation opportunities, the hiking, the skiing, the bicycling has been a great magnet. I became mayor of Denver in 2003, and we kind of felt this coming, and we made a conscious effort to reduce or at least freeze property taxes for places that did live music. We wanted to become more of a destination for young people to move to. And And we did. I mean, in Metro Denver now, there are more live music venues than there are in Austin or Nashville. It's not part of our brand yet, but it will be. We have more, statewide, we have more musicians per capita, professional musicians per capita than any other state. And this, having music and art and outdoor recreation and a high quality of life is a destination for young people more than it ever has been before. And what's interesting, it has made us a center of entrepreneurship. So we now, the Kauffman Foundation in Kansas City did a study a year ago where they looked on a per capita basis, where are tech startups occurring? And 4 of the top 10 cities in America for tech startups per capita are in Colorado. And it's because of all these young people that come, and that's why marijuana got legalized, right? It wasn't all the soccer moms saying they were getting paranoid about getting caught. It was these young people coming in and saying, hey, what's the big deal? Why is it being treated so much differently than whiskey or beer? And why can't we get to a system of regulating it appropriately? And that's almost every elected official I know opposed it. You never want to be the first on one of these things, but it passed almost 60-40, and now we're gonna do everything we can to make sure that we create regulations that work, that we make sure kids don't get it. If we can tax it properly so that we get rid of the drug dealers who don't care who they sell it to, I think we should be able to keep it out of the hands of kids. I think we should be able to, solve most of the challenges that we've been dealing with.
And of course, it's become a new entrepreneurial business.
It is certainly, it's a feedback loop, right, in terms of the entrepreneurs. It's not as big. I mean, people say it's a win. I tell other governors, let's wait and see what the unintended consequences are. And we're trying to reserve. This year we got a little over $70 million in tax revenue. I think next year will be over $100 million. We're trying to reserve that. The first $40 million goes to education, but we want to make sure, A, we have enough money to regulate it. If there are more addictions, kids slipping off the tracks, we want to make sure we have the resources to really help them get back on the track, that we can make sure there are unintended consequences and that we have the resources to take care of them where we do find them.
Yeah. Overall, you've having been in the private sector, you put a lot of emphasis on creating a business-friendly state, and as you said, brought in a lot of business. What are the kind of 2 or 3 big things you've done to create an environment that encourages investment in business?
Well, part of it is just changing the culture of government, and not just in regulators, but in everyone, that we're going to be pro-business, and that there's a way to be pro-business and encourage entrepreneurs and talk about them and make that part of your brand, but at the same time, making sure you're the first state to do methane regulation, that you're going to hold yourselves to the highest standards that you can have. And I think you can do both. Right. We also went and addressed how many regulations we have. And just like any large company, governments build up layer after layer of regulation. And so we just started we've gone through now over 16,000 regulations, and over half of them we've either eliminated or dramatically simplified. And as a way of trying to get friction out of the interface between business and government. We want more entrepreneurs to start businesses more easily. We want larger businesses or expanding businesses. We don't want to stand in any fashion. We don't want to be in the way of that expansion. So part of it is just trying to make sure that people know we're pro-business. B is out there rebranding the state, and C is actually, how do we expand capital, access to capital? Do we limit regulations? We put on have something called the Colorado Innovation Network, because innovation is such a big part of the modern economy. Colorado has 30 federal research laboratories, and then University of Colorado, Colorado State University, University of Denver, Colorado School of Mines. We took all their research labs and put them into one network, and then we do a 2-day summit at the end of August, and we bring all the ideas we can and mix that in with entrepreneurs and startups, and then bring venture capitalists and large corporations, just to kind of mix up get at the ecosystem so it's communicating a little more fluidly. And right. That kind of stuff all helps business.
You're the head of the National Governors Association. 2016 now is pretty close, presidential election. Do you think any of these energy issues, energy, climate, fracking, will be issues in the election? And how do you see these questions playing out in the Democratic Party as we go into November of 2016? Well,
I think it will definitely be part of the political landscape. it's, again, the polarization, it's difficult to assess how big a role it'll play. Certainly the types of people, the segments of the Democratic Party that vote more commonly in primaries generally are the people that are more concerned about fracking, more anti-oil and gas, generally bring a bias into this particular debate. But I think there are going to be a lot of other issues that are going to balance it out. So I'm not sure it's going to have how big a role it's going to play. And I just ran for re-election last November, and was unabashed. I'm saying that I think we can do oil production and exploration safely. We've got to regulate it. We've got to make sure we keep the air and water clean, but we can do it. And there was a loud voice in Boulder, Colorado, and some of the more liberal parts of the state that were loud and saying, "How could you say that? And it's going to cost you in the election." Well, in that election, those liberal parts of the party supported me 96% or 97%. So I don't think it's going to. I think Democrats are going to recognize they can differ over this, but still, once the election's over, they'll still get Democratic support.
So that gets us back to where we were at the beginning, which was in this politicized and polarized political world. How challenging is it to be a moderate?
Yeah. And tandem with that is how do you continue to persuade the people that are taking more extreme positions on, not just on this, but on a number of issues. And part of that is, it's funny, the more I've done on this, I think the best way to persuade someone to your point of view when they violently disagree is just to listen. And I spent 16 years in the brewpub business, in the restaurant business, and you learn tricks, and I think it works in politics. It takes more time, but when someone's really upset about something, the hot soup's been in their lap, you just repeat back to them what they said. The best way to persuade someone is to listen, and just to listen harder, repeat back what they're saying, and try to really hear what they're saying, oftentimes by expanding their perception of self-interest, where they benefit. If you can expand that large enough, then the self-interest of the different groups at the table begin to overlap. And that's when, in business, that's when you get transactions. In government, that's when you get agreement.
Right. So following from that, it seems from at least everything that we read and hear that in this election that all the putative rivals to Hillary Clinton in the Democratic Party are on the left, on the progressive wing of the party, liberal wing, populist, and with a strong anti-business cadence to it. Do you see a role for moderates be outside of Colorado in this election cycle?
In primaries, and
moderate candidates, I should say.
No, I understand, and I think the same is true in the Republican Party as in the Democratic Party. It is hard for moderates to get footing in a primary system that is in almost all states is skewed towards those more activist, and generally, more extreme parts of the party. And by extreme, I just mean that they're further off on the political spectrum. So moderates generally don't have as large a voice in primaries as they do in elections, but there are still more moderates than there are people on the extreme. And if someone were ever able to motivate and activate the moderates of both parties, I think it could make a big difference.
Do you feel there is a moderate wing of the Democratic Party?
Sure. I think there's a large moderate wing. There's a tremendous number of people that are very pro-business. They just think that the government should work. They still believe in government. Maybe it should be smaller, but the government has a role in all kinds of functions within society, making sure there is more opportunity.
All right. Well, I think we should end up with one last question that came up from the audience, back to energy, back to the state of Colorado, which is, do you think Colorado's environmental goals for oil and gas are as viable at $50 a barrel as they were at $100 a barrel?
Absolutely, and I think that's one of the issues, and that's come up a lot, is as the price of oil collapses, do you want to give oil and gas producers a break and eliminate some of the commitments to reducing fugitive emissions? I think we need to work harder with them to make sure they can do it less expensively. But once you set a standard and a goal for this is what our clean air is going to be, or here's what our clean water is going to be, I think only a fool would back away from that, because then you begin to unravel the the social contract by which oil and gas companies operate in your state. And I think the oil and gas companies understand that. No one has come to me and said we want relief from these methane regulations. They have said, well, we think we can get there by doing this, and the original regulation was this, and if we can get to the same place, can we move in that direction? You know, there's a process to do that, and I certainly support that process 100%. Let's figure out a way to get there with a lower cost, but let's not back off what our commitments to quality were.
Governor Hickenlooper, in your opening remarks, you began by pointing out what a large opportunity has been opened up, not just for your state, but for the United States by this unconventional revolution. At the same time, you've demonstrated in your remarks today and your record as governor that you've been at the forefront in bringing the regulatory frameworks, modernizing, making sure it's in place so that this development can proceed in a sound and safe fashion, and that the two really go hand in hand. And so on behalf of everybody here and those watching this on the web, I want to thank you very much for coming to Columbia University today to share your thinking on these issues. And please join me in thanking him.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Governor and Dan. Really appreciate it. We're honored to have you here. Thank you. If people need to use the restroom or something, feel free to do that. We're not taking a break. We're going to move right along because we're moving from policy to markets and finance, and we have a pretty all-star panel lined up right now to have a conversation about what's happening in the energy markets. So once the table seats are arranged, I'm going to ask Ed Morse, Zach Schreiber, David Foley, and Peter Kagan to come on stage. I'm going to introduce them briefly. Ed Morse is one of the country's leading energy economists now as the global head of commodity research at Citi. He co-founded PFC Energy, was president of Petroleum Intelligence Weekly, and earlier in his career served in government and academia, including as a visiting professor here at the School of International and Public Affairs. Like the center itself, Ed brings real-world market expertise to the policy world through his frequent public writings, his commentaries. He serves on the center's advisory board, and I'm fortunate that he's been a friend and mentor for so many years, and in fact, he was the one who first introduced me to Columbia, and quite literally is the reason I'm here today. Peter Kagan joined Warburg Pincus in 1997. He leads the firm's energy group, is a member of the firm's executive management committee, is a director of numerous energy companies, in addition is a director of resources for the future and a trustee of Milton Academy. David Foley is responsible for overseeing Blackstone's private equity investment activities in the energy and natural resources sector on a global basis since joining Blackstone in 1995. David's been responsible for building the Blackstone energy and natural resources practice and has played an integral role in every private equity deal that that firm has made. And finally, Zach Schreiber is the chairman and CEO of Point State Capital, which he founded in 2011. He's responsible for portfolio management of investments across a wide range of asset classes and sectors, including energy, power, utilities, and commodities. Serves on numerous boards, including the Harlem Children's Zone, the Washington Institute for Near East Policy, and luckily for us, the Center on Global Energy Policy, and near and dear to my heart is a graduate as well of Brown University. Please join me in welcoming them all to Columbia University today.
Thanks, Jason, and welcome to everyone. The title of this session is on financing our energy future. We're going to be talking about the money part of this business. Just to set the stage a little bit on the business, the amount of oil bought and sold either internationally or within countries is was in 2013 a $3 trillion business. Rounded about $1 trillion of that was OPEC, and $2 trillion of it was the rest of the world. We're living in a substantially lower price environment, so this chunk of the world economy, at least in terms of the value of trading operations, is somewhat lower than it was in 2013. There are winners and losers big time, and when you put the numbers out like that. In terms of flows, investment flows are also robust. In the beginning of 2014, our expectations were that there was going to be about $725 billion invested globally in the upstream sector. Turned out to be a little lower than that, $525 billion of that was not in the United States. About 200 billion of it was for the U.S. and Canada. That also turned out to be lower, and this year a lot lower than that. So we're talking about large numbers. We're talking about financing new projects, and the future price really is going to be significantly determined by the flows of capital into the upstream sector and who is going to be responsible for that financing. So that more or less is going to be the topic of our conversation for the next 40 minutes or so. And I'd like to start out with one question, and I'd like to ask each of our panelists, starting with Peter Kagan, then going to David Foley, and finally to Zach Schreiber. We have been living in a kind of cheap money environment, a fast money environment. How much of your life and the investments that you are doing or seeing are significantly dependent upon cheap money, and how might your life change, and how might this sector change if we were to see the Fed raising rates sometime in the foreseeable future? So why don't I start with Peter, actually, since you're on my immediate left, and go through the other two.
All right. Well, thanks, Ed. It's a good question, and let me start really just by thanking Jason and the center for having us here. It's such a beautiful spring day, and to be on a campus like this, in a venue like this, is spectacular, and to talk about topics that are interesting and fun. So thank you for the opportunity. Low interest rates. Yeah, we're probably in a low interest rate environment. Potentially, I'm not an interest rate forecaster, but for a period of time, and clearly the availability of capital is an input. But one of the things that's important to remember about the energy business is it's been a big consumer of capital for a really long time. It's not like all of a sudden, we've started to deploy a lot of capital in the energy business. And if you look at it, and I think there's some data that goes back 50, 60 years, and look at returns on capital in this business. Returns in the business, in particular when I say this, I'm focused on exploration and production. Returns on invested capital have actually been relatively consistent. That's despite lots and lots of volatility in the underlying commodity prices and lots of different interest rates environment. And so this is a business that needs to exist. It's a business that will continue to generate capital. And the terms upon which that capital gets priced and where it goes may vary at the margin in the interest rate environment, but I don't think you're going to see a fundamental shift in the amount of capital deployed based on sort of where interest rates are. I think it's a margin business, so obviously prices and costs are going to be big drivers of kind of capital deployment. And the thing about the business, and then I'll wrap up, is it's an amazingly technology-sensitive business. And I think nowhere more than North America have we seen the revolution, and what that technology can do and unlock. But I think changes in technology and changes in sort of the macro environment and global growth trends are things that we watch. And I think interest rates matter, but I think you're going to continue to see capital flow to energy kind of regardless across the cycle.
Ed, I'd say the impact is really disproportionate across the value chain. And so low interest rates, I think, have impacted and enabled midstream and infrastructure projects much more so than changed fundamentally the amount of activity going on the upstream side. When you're building a fixed asset that's going to be in use for 20, 40 years, and you've got long-term contracts on it, whether it's a pipeline or a storage terminal or an export facility, having a bit lower cost of debt really does make a huge difference in it, and it lowers the overall cost to parties who are contracting for that asset. So I think having had low interest rates now for a number of years has really enabled some of the infrastructure growth that has indirectly supported and enabled increased U.S. production and probably production around the world. But for the upstream side of it, it's a lot more volatile, and I think therefore it has historically been and will continue to be, at least the bulk of it, equity financed, and you don't really know what your return is on equity until you sell it. And as Peter said, the returns in the sector have been uniform for a while. I think by uniform, that they might mean like uniform at not a great level, actually, because as oil prices quintupled, returns actually stayed flat to went slightly down. Be very interesting now to see what the industry does as the prices of the commodity are declining, to see if they can improve productivity and cut costs quickly enough to maintain returns.
Although it's fair to say the amount of capital that has gone into the business has changed significantly over time, and certainly in the last, I don't know, decade and a half, we're looking at least in nominal terms, the world as a whole was less than the number going into the U.S. at the moment.
Well, we're not producing the lowest cost barrels first, so maybe with OPEC deciding they want some additional market share, maybe that dynamic will change a little bit in the future.
Maybe we can come back to that in a bit. So, Zach Schreiber, what's your view on cost of
interest
capital and the businesses that
I think cost of capital is something that sort of works its way into the price. Cost of capital is relatively uniform, and it's so a low interest, so it sort of gets diluted. If you look at the U.S. Publicly traded E&P sector, about $260 billion of debt. You move interest rates 25 bips. When you look at that over the 4.4 million barrels, it's worth 40 cents per barrel. So interest rates, if it's 50 bips, it's 80 cents a barrel. I think the price of the commodity is obviously a much more important driver than actually 50 bips in interest rates. And the hemming and hawing that's going on in financial markets about whether the Fed's going to lift off in June, or whether they're going to lift off in September, or whether it's going to be September or January, when they've really told you that whatever they do is going to be very, very moderate. And they're trying to sort of wean us from this liftoff date to sort of the shape of the liftoff curve, and they've told us they'd rather be late than early, and they'd rather do it slowly. I think we're still in a very, very low interest rate environment for a long period of time. And when you look at the rest of the world, which has really followed our lead, with the ECB now engaged in quantitative easing, and the Bank of Japan engaged in quantitative easing, and when you look at what China's doing, they say it's not QE, but we think the lady does protest too much. It looks a hell of a lot like QE to me. What that does is that keeps global interest rates low, and that sort of still will anchor, I think, the long end of the U.S. Yield curve, because there's only a certain amount of yield spread that the U.S. is going to be allowed to have relative to bonds or other types of sort of risk-free, G7 rates. So I think they're going to raise rates. I think, we'll worry about it a little bit, but in terms of financing the energy industry, especially the upstream, it's not that big a deal as long as it's relatively moderate. But I do agree with David's comments on differentiating the midstream versus the upstream, and the multiples that schmucks like us in the public markets will pay for midstream assets, and I call them sort of bonds and drag, sort of repackaged equity streams that we make and look like bonds, so we can value them at a lower and lower cap rate. I think that those will be more sensitive to interest rates.
So we're talking a little bit about the macro world, and as we were coming in, we kind of said that maybe it would be good to get out front early on in this conversation what our price expectations are in the oil and gas world. I don't remember a time when people I talk to have been as dramatically at different ends of the spectrum as they are now. I was watching from afar a week ago the IHS CERA conference in Houston. There was a lot of bullish talk coming out of that conference, particularly by large oil companies. The $90 environment is the natural, 90 to 100 is the natural environment. I was in the Middle East at the time, where I was impressed by a couple of countries that were raising their production capacity in the face of everything, and they were about as bearish about the future as you could be. So just looking at the next 2 years, not about the indefinite future, starting with you, David, and we'll do it the other way. How do you look at the macro price environment through this year and into next year?
Sure. I think, in terms of how we look at it, we're probably for the next 12 months now a bit more cautious than price implied in the current forward curve, and by some of the sentiment that you referenced. Longer term, I'd say we're more bullish than the forward curve. part of the reason for that is, you know, as we sit up here, and I'm just kind of stunned at how quickly the sector went from absolute fear at the end of December to greed in like less than a couple of months. Usually it takes a bit longer, sometimes several years, and it really turned quite quickly, and people are taking the money that the capital markets capital markets are largely the financing source now, not so much as we'd like it to be, not so much private equity at the moment, but public equity and public debt funding the liquidity shortfalls, and you have that plus a steeply sloped, positively sloped forward curve. Producer taking that money, hedging out future production, and they're doing what producers always do, which is they spend it, and they spend it on drilling. And so I don't think you'll get the kind of the rig count has come down in the U.S., but I think it'll start heading back up, and I don't think you'll get the kind of production cuts that people were expecting earlier. And if everyone at the industry conference is saying, well, you know, our costs are lower, and we're going to lower our cost per well, and we're going to make money at $50 oil, and we're going to, you know, keep increasing production. If they're all saying that, they may at least give it a shot if they have the money, and I think they'll find out later whether those wells are profitable. But I think the collective impact will be probably a little bit more oil production. And the big wild card, because I think we're sitting in the U.S., we're sitting here in New York, tend to have too much of a focus, frankly, on U.S. production. When you think about it, U.S. shale production is only 6 or 7% of the global amount. It's not the marginal barrel, it just happens to be the one that you can turn on and off the quickest with capital markets that are driven by economic returns. It's not a state oil company. And so it's the most rapid response, but it's kind of dwarfed if you look at, you know, the top few countries in OPEC, you know, or Iraq, the ones that aren't maybe a little bit more precarious: Iraq, Libya, Venezuela, Nigeria, and then you add Russia on top of that. That's 20% of global production. And I think if you could call any one of those right, you'd probably have a better shot at predicting oil prices than if you could predict U.S. shale, where everyone knows to the day what the rig count is. So I think we're kind of looking in the 60s for the next couple of years, and then meaningfully higher later out, because it is, while shale can go on and off pretty quick, the large projects, complex offshore projects in harsh environments have a multi-year lead time, and that's the part of the supply curve that just won't be there a few years from now when we need it. And I think that's what could drive, along with political unrest, which is always a huge wild card, will drive prices higher over the longer term.
Thanks to David Foley and to Zach Schreiber. And if you wonder why I'm using their full name again, it's because you're not the only audience. You've got visibility, but we have people listening in. So what I'm doing, oddly enough, is for clarification for those listening in. So Zach.
And specifically for those folks listening in, and out of deference to my lawyer's request, I'm not going to give you a specific price point, because I'm subject to different legal requirements since we actively trade the commodity than these folks are. But what I will say is the prices are going higher, and the reason why they're going higher is simple: is there's a sort of golden law of commodities, which is that high prices cure high prices, and low prices cure low prices. We had prices very high a year ago, $100, $110 a barrel. That incentivized 1.6 million barrels a day of supply growth out of North America, right at the time when the market thought that the 3.5 million barrels a day of outages in the Middle East was going to, last forever and probably get worse. Since then, we had prices go down to 42 and double bottom there for WTI. Brent never sort of validated the double bottom and sort of bottomed and kept going. And what have we seen since that period? Well, we've seen the CapEx in the U.S., which I know is only, 8% of global supply. We've seen it go down 45%. We've seen global CapEx go down 30% plus. I agree with David. Rigs are going to come back, but rigs are going to need to be incentivized to come back. And right now, the market is still in a supply reduction mode. Every morning it wakes up, it's killing supply, killing supply, killing supply. We dropped 30 rigs in total last week. We've taken the rig count down from 1,600 to I think 703 for oil-directed rigs. So what I know is that the prices aren't going to start going down again until we've brought back rigs. We probably need to bring back 200, 250 rigs in the U.S. Now, if you look at sort of global supply, there's about 94 million barrels. There's the 9.5, 10 that we obsess about in the U.S. There's roughly 10 in Russia, and there's 30, 31 in OPEC. That's 50, okay? Then there's what I call the Rodney Dangerfield barrels. There's 44 million barrels that get no respect, that no one talks about. Those barrels are declining approximately 3.2 million barrels per day, absent sufficient replenishment capex. They're being replenished basically until 2017, 2018, and after that, we're going to see massive decline rates in those barrels at this environment. Those barrels come from projects that you would never sanction today. It's like, it's like looking at a marriage and saying, I would never marry that person. No one would sanction these barrels right now, and the capex has been cut. So effectively, now, the way we look at it, we think that, and I'll wrap it up real quick, that basically we've moved from a call on OPEC world, in which OPEC was the swing producer, to a call in the U.S. world, and that given the capex reduction in the U.S., we'll be going from 9.5 million barrels a day to 8.9 million barrels a day by the end of the year, and there will be a certain momentum and inertia that will cause us to continue to decline until June. And that basically we're going to need to restart the North American shale production, that the world went from, and it's funny how different truths become assumed. The truth assumed at $110 a barrel was that the North American production is required to be 1.6 million barrels a day to balance the world. And the truth that was assumed to be, written on high from God at $42 a barrel was we don't need any production out of the U.S. Well, actually, like most truths, it lies somewhere in the middle. We probably need about 800,000 barrels a day of supply growth out of the U.S. to sort of meet the call on the U.S., even with 500,000 barrels of Iranian crude coming back if they get a deal, which isn't a guarantee, and even with a slight increase in Libya and so forth. So we think that you'll sort of, it's like what Judge Brandeis said, it's like pornography. You'll know it when you see it, but the price needs to go higher. We need to incentivize rigs. We need to see where the well cost deflation is and what part of the curve gets incentivized. Basically, EOG is one of the most efficient producers in the U.S. They said they need 65 with 20% well cost deflation. And we think there's sort of a short to medium term period where the U.S. is Atlas, where it's 4.5 million barrels a day of shale with the entire world on its shoulders, and it needs to grow another 1 to 2 million barrels a day more than it's currently growing. That will require a higher incentive price. And then we're going to come up to this medium term story that David mentioned, which is that 44 million barrels a day that aren't being replenished right now. The question really for the market is will it be a smooth handoff from incentivizing North America to the medium-term story, or will we over-incentivize America again and be choking on it before we have this medium-term story? And with that, I'm going to stop talking.
Yeah, just comment before we turn it to Peter that I don't remember very many smooth handoffs. But
yeah, I would agree with that. That's why I'm in business.
So, really good comments. And the disadvantage of speaking third is a lot of things get said. I'll try and add kind of two insights that build a little bit on what we've said. First, before I get there, remember, we're private equity investors, so our job for a living is to allocate capital sort of with a 3 to 8 year time frame. And so I'm not really good at like 1 year forecasts. It's not what we do. I am allowed to, kind of give a longer term forecast because by the time it happens, nobody will remember. But as we see the world is very similar to my colleagues on the podium. We see a world that's slightly oversupplied today to the tune of, call it 2 to 3 million barrels, maybe a couple million barrels a day oversupplied. And totally agree that we spend a lot of time talking about, the swing, not the marginal barrel, which is here in North America, given the efficiency of our capital markets, which we've really seen take hold in the first quarter of this year. I think that what we would say is similar to my colleagues. We would see this market coming back into balance relatively quickly, like, kind of end of this year into 2016. And I think where I might have a slightly different perspective is sort of what does a balanced market mean? When the world comes back into balance, what does that mean? And I guess here you might call me, well, I don't really know how you would label it, but I have more confidence in this industry to kind of find and extract more at reasonable economics. And so I guess while I agree that there's a big series of barrels, the Rodney Dangerfield barrels out there that are in steep decline and don't make sense today, we also see lots of room for innovation around the globe. We see lots of resource that we think the economics do work at $65 to $70 dollars a barrel. And clearly we think there's a lot within North America in a lower price environment that can work in that type of price range. But we actually think there's a fair amount around the globe of new project development. So are we in a $20, $40 world for barrel? No. And do we think we need 80 to 100? No. As we look out 3 to 5 years, something in that 65 to 75 feels about right. I don't know if that's a lot higher or not to us. That's enough incentive to bring new projects online. And sort of enough to kind of keep the U.S. I actually really agree with Zach's numbers on sort of what the call on shale is in order to balance the market of about 800,000 barrels a day. The only other observation I would make is that we've never been in the energy business, and as far as I can tell, or and having looked backwards, at a time where we can be as capital efficient and as market focused in our ability to bring barrels on and off production. And that really is the big difference in sort of the unconventional North American revolution. An unconventional well may cost $8 to $15 million to drill and to complete, and that can be brought online within a series of months. You can contrast that to major projects that used to take billions of dollars and take years and years. And that efficiency of capital, which we've seen come out of the market really quickly, and then in the first quarter, our estimate's $10 billion of public equity raised in the U.S. for unconventional drilling, that quickly can come back into the market, is sort of a new phenomenon. And what does that mean for pricing? And I guess I would just posit to think about, we may be in a world where we see more short-term volatility, right? Where you see, these spikes between 55 and 75 as the markets respond more quickly than they used to, but maybe around a tighter band.
So bearing all that in mind in a lower environment, the beginning of the year there were, whether you go to private equity shops like yours or look at big oil companies or medium-sized oil companies, people are geared up for big consolidation in this business. People are geared up to spending more in order to take advantage of things to come, yet the level of consolidation year to date, whether a little bit may be more noticeable in the service sector than in the E&P sector, but it's been kind of modest other than one big Shell BG deal. So Zach, starting with you, Zach Schreiber, starting with you, and then going around the way we've been rotating, what is your expectation of industry consolidation going forward and through the rest of the year?
I don't have a strong view on industry consolidation. I don't know if the BG Royal Dutch Shell deal is the tip of the iceberg. I do know that specifically that what that deal really means is that Royal Dutch Shell believes in Brazil is real. It means they believe that LNG is a real business. And it means, and they underwrote it at $70, $75 per barrel crude, effectively. Now, what it might very well mean is companies are looking at the cost of developing new reserves and saying it's actually cheaper to get growth by buying it in the ground than it actually is in redeploying it, and it's certainly a lot less risky. So, there's an interplay between the price. This is very reflexive, and I'm not trying to dodge the question, but if the price recovers very fast, then the window for consolidation will have closed very quickly. If I'm wrong on the price, then the low prices and the leverage will sort of have a bunch of arranged shotgun weddings and consolidation. Since stipulate that I think I'm right on the price, I don't think there's going to be less shotgun weddings and less forced consolidation. Although certain companies may still find it strategically appealing and accretive to sort of buy growth than to do it, through the drill bit. But I'm not hugely informed on it, and if I was, my lawyers wouldn't let me talk about it.
I'm amazed your lawyers are letting you talk about as much as they're letting you talk about.
Me too.
Our lawyers let me talk about things that I've published, so I can't speculate.
Well, if they're bad, you see my wife, but that's just...
And let me, as we turn to you, Peter, expand it a little bit to the private equity world as well, and new money coming in. And much has been accumulated, a limited amount has been spent, but where do you see the combination of consolidation and the opportunities for new investments in the 7 months left in the year?
So this is what I like to talk about. We can get a little different point of view. And in part, I like this question around consolidation because I've been just dead wrong on this for years. So if I keep saying the same thing, eventually, maybe it'll come. And I do think you're going to see more industry consolidation. It comes back to a point that I think David made after my opening remarks, which I think was spot on as well, which is this is a business that's earned kind of, relatively stable industry average returns for a very, very long time, returns on capital invested. And yet we had 5 years of, $80 to $100 oil, and you didn't see industry returns improve at all. And if you sit there and you're looking at the balance sheet of a major, a large national oil company, the types of assets that work in a $70 world or a $65 or $75 world are different than in a $100 world. And if you're long the Rodney Dangerfield barrels, you probably don't want to be there for the next 30 years. You probably want to begin to start thinking about what are the types of assets that work pretty well. So I'm leading into, we think you're going to see more consolidation. I think that I feel a little bit not so over my skis in this answer, because if you look back at the last time we had a major price downturn, and every time we've really had a major price downturn, you begin to see major strategic transactions that create, whether it was, BP Amoco or ExxonMobil, in the late 90s, 2000s. The last time we saw a big price drop, you saw major strategic activity. We think there's incentive for that to continue to happen in the current environment. So I do think you'll see consolidation. I don't think, the Shell BG deal was sort of a one-off isolated event. I think you will see more of it. But I've been saying that for a while, and I've been wrong. In terms of private equity, I think, I'll answer it sort of start with the macro, and, David, David and I could talk a long time on kind of micro specifically where we see things. But I get asked the question about, is there too much energy private equity today, right? And is that? And I think that I would start by saying, the estimates that we've seen of private equity, raised for energy is something in the order of 40 billion. I don't know. It could be 30, could be, in that order of magnitude. But remember, private equity invests that over a long period of time. And so in any given year, if you assume most of those private equity funds have a 3 to 4 year average investment period, you're talking about the industry in aggregate investing 10 billion. And you heard about, Ed started the session by talking about the scale of the industry, of it being, call it was going to be 720, but maybe it was only 520. It will be less this year. But when you stop and think about private equity's impact in a scale of an industry that big, we continue to think there's going to be lots of interesting rooms, lots of interesting places to find really exceptional management teams who have a slightly different point of view and hopefully can do 1 or 2 standard deviations better than those industry average returns by pursuing a thesis. So we think has been a good area for private equity, and we think it will continue to be an interesting area for private equity.
I'd agree with Peter on that. I think the volatility in the industry, not just the commodity prices, but also changing regulatory environment, there's a lot of national strategic interest in hydrocarbon assets these days, which sometimes is a source of friction and precludes deals from happening. Sometimes it enables it. Technological change. There's a lot of that volatility in an industry that constantly requires capital to drill and replace reserves. There's that decline rate. Every year you've got to go out and find 4 or 5% just to produce the same amount. That's an incredible burden on producers, and they always need capital as a result. So that gives Peter and I, enough opportunities if we're disciplined about it to, we don't have to do every deal that crosses our way, but be selective, swing at 1 or 2 pitches a year, and do okay. In terms of your broader question, so what we're going to do isn't going to change your league tables too much in terms of M&A. In downturns, the first thing you see is kind of no M&A, and I think that while there's the U.S. in particular is a very fragmented industry. It's one that's characterized by entrepreneurship, independence. It's one of the things that's enabled the U.S. to fully capitalize in a very quick manner on innovations, technological innovations, and drill out shale. Saudi Arabia's got one national producer that's producing about as much as hundreds of producers in the U.S., and they have the benefit of lower cost reserves. We've got, I think, much higher cost reserves, but can move pretty nimbly and quickly and get down a cost curve. So I think that while there's a potential to consolidate, the major areas of friction are if prices do come back up, the people who really should consolidate either won't have to because they'll be able to raise money in the capital markets that will meet their liquidity needs, or their share price will inflate as the public market's always looking forward to next year and the next, and the premium that they need to get a deal done we just won't be achieved. So that's the first source of friction, I think, is an expectation that things get better. They're going to wait it out. Second thing is, a lot of the people that maybe need to change ownership of their assets the most don't have assets people want. and so at the moment, some of those guys are getting funded by the high yield market, I think. And I guess if your alternatives are loan money to the Swiss, and they'll probably pay you back because they're Swiss, but you're going to have to pay them to take your money, or you can loan it to Mexico for 100 years in euros and get 4 and change percent. Loaning money to a single B independent oil company at 9% starts to look pretty good, and you won't really know until later whether or not they're earning a return on all those wells they're drilling. So that's what we see funding a lot of the near-term liquidity needs of companies that would otherwise it would be a change control transaction.
Here's a question that came from either the audience or from somebody in Twitter land. I don't know, I wasn't told. Might have been inspired by you, Zach. And the question is, we've just had this WTI rally. We've seen cost deflation on the service sector side. We see continuing innovation and productivity improvement on the production side. Is this taking it high enough to put the U.S. on track to once again oversupply the world in 2016? I guess we'll start going through the first order again, and Zach, you can have the last word. So Peter Kagan, start, please.
Well, I'll try to be brief because I think it mirrors, my comment on the macro a little bit, which is that the answer is we think you will begin to see a reinvigoration of domestic unconventional production and domestic production capital back into production in a $60, $65 world with declining prices. And that will, you're going to continue to see production decline, and that over time that will again allow supply to begin to build. I would say that we think you need some of that supply to keep the market balanced, as I said. But I do think goes to my point of you are setting up a scenario with efficient capital, efficient producers who allocate capital, where you may find these, kind of mini cycles that go on, every 1 to 2 years. So I guess the answer is I agree with that.
Yeah, I don't think the U.S. is going to oversupply the world because the only thing that enabled that over the last couple of years was OPEC. I mean, markets do balance all the time at a price, and you had a cartel that wasn't increasing its volumes, allowing the U.S. to increase and still maintain a pretty high price. That plus some pretty scary political risk going on around the world that I think put a risk premium into it. But I think U.S. producers will respond to whatever the market price is. So if they're overproducing and prices fall, they'll cut back just like they have. I think over the next decade, it'll be a bit more the low-cost producers who should be, at the left side of the supply curve, who are going to make it up on volume, or they're going to try anyway, because their national oil companies, their political regimes, in order to maintain their current political regimes and kind of keep their heads, will, if they're getting a lot less profit per barrel, they've got to produce more barrels, or at least they're going to try. So some of them will be successful at doing that, some of them won't. But I think if we get an oversupplied market, it'll be, I think, more likely due to some of those countries overcoming political adversity to actually bring their barrels to market.
Do you want to rest your case? Or?
No, I don't think the price is yet high enough for us to oversupply the market. we're still cutting rigs. Again, I said, we cut 31 rigs last week. And so what the market is realizing, I believe, is we were oversupplied in the fourth quarter of last year, maybe 1 million barrels a day. We were oversupplied in the first quarter of this year. We actually, when we were very bearish in the market, we thought the oversupply was going to be much larger than it was. We think the oversupply in the first quarter of this year was actually less than 750,000 barrels a day, maybe only 540,000 barrels a day. And I think what the market has realized is with all this CapEx cut, that the market's going to be short. Probably, I don't think the market knows it yet, but we think the market will be short about 1 million barrels a day by 2016 on a full year basis. And somewhere through hook or crook, sort of a jump ball, and it's going to be likely the most flexible barrel will be in North America, and there will be parts of the shale curve that we thought were sort of marginal that will be temporarily needed as a bridge as we work through all the economics, and then all this well cost deflation, which we've seen, as we have to start calling back rigs. I would think the rate of change of that well cost deflation is going to go down, and the service guys might say, back to the producers, can I get back some of that price because my margins went from 5 to 10 to 0 to negative. So it's very pro-cyclical. So net, I'll think that North America is going to oversupply the global market when I see the rigs have come back, and I hear from companies that they're not just hedging their existing production, they're calling on new rigs and new rigs and new rigs and going further and further from the sweet spots and the core of the core to drill barrels. So we're not there yet. We're not there yet.
We're sticking with you for a second because somebody who must be a lot younger than you couldn't follow the Rodney Dangerfield metaphor and wanted to know, what are these barrels that get no self-respect? Where do they come from? Who produces them? And maybe we can all play with that a little bit.
I believe Rodney Dangerfield said, I can't get any respect. And I call these barrels the Rodney Dangerfield barrels because we never talk about them. We talk about the 30 in OPEC. We talk about the 9.5 in North America. We obsess about the 4.5 to 5 of North American shale. Sometimes we'll talk about the 10 in Russia when there's sanctions with Ukraine or something like that, but we never talk about this 45 million barrels a day. So that's why I call them the Rodney Dangerfield barrels. And I agree with what David said. Let's focus on where the real barrels are, and there's some real barrels there. What was the second question?
So you're talking about, just to be specific, I
Where
gather you're talking about, what are they?
They're sort of non-OPEC, non-North American production. So non-OPEC, non-North American production, rest of world. 41 to 44 million barrels a day, depending on how you measure it.
And we can all chime in on it, if we focus on the barrels that should get some respect, or that you have noted, and let me list some of them. So Saudi Arabia has the highest level of rig activity onshore and offshore that it has ever had historically. The UAE and Kuwait are actively pursuing production expansions. And they've done it in the past, but they say, no, we're really serious about it this time. We don't know what Iran could put back in the market, but at least the oil minister is walking around the world shouting, we can put 1 million barrels a day into the market in short order. There are doubters, and there are some people who perk up. There's Iraq that nobody doubts having the resources. There's Mexico, nobody doubts having the resources. It's opening up for the first time, and clearly companies will be interested almost at any fiscal regime. So, and I mean to ask to all of us as we look at the barrels that we should have some respect for. What are they pointing to in terms of incremental supply, call on shale notwithstanding? And maybe just reverse it, or Zach, if you want to continue your comment on the Rodney Dangerfield, do that, and then we'll go to David.
Based on our calculations, the world is going to need 500,000 going to 1 million barrels a day from Iran. It's going to need the several 100,000 to 1 million barrels a day that's coming out of that Iraq is going to grow by. We're not sure there's going to be much growth out of Russia. It's 10 million barrels a day. What's actually interesting, if you would have taken a picture when crude was $45 a barrel and when the dollar ruble was at 70, that was the most profitable moment for the Russian oil companies, because the way the fiscal regime works, basically they get robbed by the government. I guess they get in line. It's a long line. They get robbed by the government above certain prices, where the fiscal take rate is so much higher. So their profitability now and their ability to invest has now been squeezed by the higher prices, which go to the government, and their cost advantage has been eroded substantially by dollar ruble going from 70 to 50. Net, our view is just simply that the U.S. is going to underproduce its coal by 1 million barrels a day by the end of next year. By the end of next year, and by the end of this year, and by the end of next year, close to 2 million barrels a day, and that's with Iran coming back, and that's with Libya online. Interesting thing about Libya, I just had dinner with someone who spent like 30 years there, and when the rebels took over the fields, they sucked all the low-hanging fruit for several months, and folks there think that those fields have sort of lost structural integrity, and maybe their ultimate EURs are now 50% of what they were because they've been depressured. There's a very fluid situation in Nigeria with a Muslim from the north now running the country. Time will tell what happens with the warlords in the Niger Delta, whether they can cut a deal. Ultimately, it should lead to more investment and a more stable regime. But in the short term, I think it has a lot of risk to it. So net, I mean, net, and I'll stop talking here. I can tell I'm losing you, but we think that the world needs to incentivize supply. And one point I would say is Saudis are the holder of the keys of spare capacity, and they are not investing in spare capacity right now. And they are basically tired of giving the market a free ride. And they're basically saying, we haven't been compensated for this. When the prices got high, we got asked to cut for everyone. They're not investing in spare capacity. And right now, the global spare capacity, we think, is 1 to 1.5 million barrels a day. So the market probably needs some risk premium in it. It may need some risk premium in it to sort of keep the marginal shale in the U.S. sort of warm and ready to respond. And maybe the risk, the sort of safety margin is moved from Saudi and the Middle East to North America. I'm not sure, at least for the medium term.
Clarify the question, because I'm trying to figure out what we haven't answered already.
It's the question is, if we're looking at, we started with getting respect and getting no respect, but
where do we go from there?
Just basically these the barrels that coming from countries that have significant reserve bases, are they going to be enough to bridge the difference, to compensate for? Is the call on OPEC, as it were, going to be fulfilled by OPEC for the first time in a couple of decades?
I mean, just on the economics and the fact that the barrels are in the ground and they're very low cost to produce, I'd say eventually yes, but the historical limiter on that has been and will continue to be the above ground risk in these countries, the political risk, in some cases also for those that don't have current access to water. The building infrastructure and pipelines, and then maintaining those pipelines as they keep getting blown up is an issue. But I think we've all seen the graphs of where the world's reserves are relative to production, and the U.S. is a little bit of an anomaly. There's almost, a rounding error worth of reserves, and yet we're producing the hell out of it. And countries in the Middle East have, and I'm excluding Canada and the oil sands. That's pretty high cost, and also heavy oil in Venezuela. So if you leave out the stuff that's not really economic, and you just look at low cost barrels that are there, it's in the Middle East, and they'll get produced eventually. Who's running the countries when they produce it, I think is debatable.
I think we've covered a lot of ground. The one thing I might just add on the kind of 44 million barrels that don't get any respect is how do we think about the world a little bit? We would give respect to, what are the low-cost barrels? So where are there opportunities, that can work in a $70 to $75, a barrel world? And there are some. And so offshore West Africa, which I thought David would surely mention, is one of those spots where there are actually barrels and exploration that works at 70, 75. I think we heard Shell's view on Brazil, and whether you look at, Colombia, Venezuela, part of OPEC, but touched on, but throughout, Latin America and Mexico, of course, are places where, there's environments, hydrocarbon provinces, where we can work and deliver economics in this price environment. There are certain environments that are really hard to work in. The North Sea is an example, and there are others around the globe that actually require, because of the cost structure of those areas, a higher hydrocarbon price to make them work. So I think, how will the world differentiate its respect? It will be based on sort of where can you deliver supply on an economic basis in a $70, $75 world.
And think about why has the U.S. done as much as it has with actually not great resource. It's kind of in spite of the resource that we've done so well. And I think it's a sensibly regulated, not overly taxed, and independent, competitive environment among producers who eagerly adopt any new technology that will lower their cost and improve productivity. And that's enabled not just shale, but offshore Gulf of Mexico, great proven hydrocarbon producing province, doing well, $50 oil, still do well. And then you look at countries that have much, much more of a natural gift in terms of their resources, and they just haven't exploited it at all. And I think the key for the future will be if those countries can sensibly, safely develop those resources, share that wealth with the people in the country so that people in the countries feel like they've got some benefit from it. If they can do that, you'll have more oil come to market. And the track record today, it's not that great.
We have 3 minutes left, and we have a whole bunch of questions not related to fossil fuels. And so I think, what we briefly can do before we end this is to look at the opportunities, not in fossil fuels, but in other parts of the chain, whether it's in independent power, more particularly what opportunities you see in cleaner resources, including renewables like wind and solar and battery power, and other than fossil fuels, where would you look in a variety of areas to invest in to think about putting other people's money? Just start with you.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. There's a lot of areas that we think a lot about as we think about the future. We think that, And
we're going to have to be short because we're now, due to my length of asking the question, we have 1 minute. So
David's going to have some good things to say, but we think you can see with the right incentives, solar and wind working, we kind of believe in the future of battery technologies. And we're spending some time thinking about whether it's grid scale storage or more mobile storage, what it is. And then, really interesting question we were debating today, what's the impact of, driverless cars, right? And technology there on the demand side of the equation. So we see lots of ways that, technology and renewables are going to continue to kind of impact this market. And as you think about sort of a longer term price, it's an important variable to think about.
I think distributed solar can work pretty well. We're one of the largest solar developers in India, and one of the reasons it works is that the government there doesn't always work. And so getting, baseload coal-fired plants plus transmission, everything else can take years, and getting local solar is quick and it's cost efficient and makes a lot of sense. So we think in certain markets, solar makes a lot of sense. There's some incentives now in the U.S. for residential solar applications, can relieve some grid constraints. Wind doesn't have the same kind of, I think, future in terms of continuing to improve its productivity. There are kind of physical limits. Even now that we have gearless turbines, I think you do approach some kind of physical limits to the efficiency you can get with wind that perhaps solar is still earlier on in improving its cost curve. We like transmission-related investments quite a bit. We're hoping to build a high-voltage direct current line, 1,000 megawatts from Quebec down, actually Lake Champlain and the Hudson into New York City. It'll connect renewable power from hydro and wind sources in Quebec with one of the highest cost markets that desperately needs renewable power here in Manhattan. So we've got all the permits for that, including the presidential permits. Hopefully that'll get started later this year. And it also, part of it is just efficiency, because using existing resources more efficiently, we're not efficient at all. All the generation capacity around for peak demand, not balancing it out. If Peter can find a commercial scale battery storage technology that works, we'll all want to buy it. When you think about how inefficient, combustion engines are in your car, 60-some% of it just goes into heat instead of making the wheels go around. There's a lot, I think, that can be done in terms of demand management and energy efficiency that will allow us to still enjoy all the things that we've come to enjoy in a developed society without as much cost and without as much waste.
Zach, 15 seconds.
15 seconds, I would say I would agree with everything that Peter and David said. One thing I would add is the possibility of natural gas starting to sort of erode, traditional gasoline or diesel in the automobile fleet. The economics for it have been very robust for a long period of time. The policy support in terms of building out, I think where the government should really play a role is really on the venture side in terms of helping build the distribution network. Once you sort of put it on some of these major LTL routes with distribution, I think the OEMs would adjust and so forth. So I would agree with all of that. I think some of that stuff is slightly longer term, potentially more relevant for the power generation stack. But in terms of the discussion today around crude, I think, watch natural gas and potentially its role in displacing transportation fuel.
So thank you very much. Thanks, Zach Schreiber, David Foley, Peter Kagan, and thanks for joining us in this discussion at the Columbia Center on Global Energy Policy's focus on financing new energy. Thanks very much.
Thanks so much, Ed. I want to thank all our panelists. That was great. Here at the center, we are focused on the intersection between policy and markets, and that's what you saw this morning, but we are also the center on global energy policy, and so we're going to close out the day today by taking a global perspective with a really distinguished lineup. Thanks very much, everyone. But the really distinguished lineup of people who are leaders in energy from around the world. So I'd like to ask Mario Beauregard and Sheikh Nawaf Al-Sabah and Sam Maraki and Sharif Suki to please join me on stage and take a seat, and I will quickly introduce them. Mario Beauregard is the Chief Financial Officer of Pemex. Prior to his appointment as Pemex's CFO, he served as financial director for OHL Mexico. Before that was with Banobras, Mexico's development bank. He worked at the IMF as Mexico's alternate executive director, among many other positions in finance. Sheikh Nawaf Al-Sabah is the chief executive officer of the Kuwait Foreign Petroleum Exploration Company. KUFPEC operates in 15 countries, aims to grow its production to 200,000 barrels a day by 2020. Prior to his appointment at KUFPEC, Sheikh Nawaf spent 14 years at KPC, the Kuwait Petroleum Company, most recently as Deputy Managing Director and General Counsel. Prior to joining KPC, he worked as a corporate transaction attorney at Gibson Dunn. He holds degrees from Princeton and Harvard Law School. Sam Maraki is a member of the board of Tokyo Gas. He served until April 1st as its vice chairman. Previously, he served in numerous other leadership roles, including executive vice president. He joined Tokyo Gas in 1972 after graduating from the University of Tokyo, served as chairman of the Japan Institute of Energy from 2011 to 13, and has been director of Gas Malaysia Berhad since 2014. And then finally, Sharif Suki is the chairman and CEO of Cheniere Energy. Cheniere's facility at Sabine Pass, Louisiana, is the first LNG export facility to be built in North America in over 40 years, expected to go into operation, I believe, later this year. Sharif was elected chairman of Cheniere's board in 1999, served as CEO since 2002. It would take a whole book to go through Sharif's remarkable and colorful career from investment banker to restaurateur to gas importer to gas exporter. Actually, that book was already written by Greg Zuckerman of the Wall Street Journal. For those of you who haven't read it, I would recommend it. And he knows this campus very well, having attended the Columbia Business School. I always learn a tremendous amount from having the chance to spend time with Sharif, and I look forward to learning even more with him right now. So please join me in welcoming our panel. Sharif, let me start with you. We have a lot of students here, so it's always useful for them to know about useful resources. One is EIA's Today in Energy that you can sign up for, and great little nuggets of energy information emailed to you every morning. This morning's is about U.S. natural gas exports, and that the U.S. is going to be a net exporter of natural gas, according to the EIA, in 2 years. But they also show how wide the variance is in their projections of how much LNG the U.S. will be exporting based on the oil price. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the impact of the oil price drop, how plans are coming for Sabine Pass and Corpus Christi, but then also how the impact of the oil price drop, in your view, affects the outlook for U.S. LNG exports.
I mean, first,
something very paradoxical happened in the last few years. The first one is as the world went away from oil indexation to price natural gas on a global market, the U.S. became highly dependent on oil prices to price or to continue to discover natural gas supplies and to increase production in the U.S. So strangely enough now in the U.S. we're price sensitive to the price of oil in order to drill for natural gas, because 80% of the wells drilled in America are directed to liquids but find methane as a byproduct. And at the same time, the rest of the world, and for the first time, producers and consumers agree. Indexing natural gas to oil prices is very dangerous, and depending on where you are in the cycle, it may be beneficial to the suppliers or beneficial to the consumers, but never forever. So, and when it hurts a lot. So we're finding now a world that is trying to find a new mechanism in terms of pricing natural gas, and a U.S. market that seems abundantly supplied in natural gas for many years to come, probably decades. That will change the nature of the parameters. We're on the verge of starting natural gas exports in the form of LNG by the end of this year. There's 4 or 5 projects that have now reached final investment decisions or are very close to do so. Together by 2020, they will be able to put roughly 70 million tons on the market, which is a very significant amount.
It's about 10 BCF a day.
That's roughly 10 BCF a day. And I think what people are missing at this stage is that once you've set the first generation, relying on the previous panel to finance you, and strangely enough, I did business with all 3 of them. So they sharpen you because they're so smart, but they also make you very, very careful. When you start dealing with reinvesting your income from the first projects, your cost of building the facilities decreases dramatically. So the next wave will come from the existing projects. The existing projects will have the ability to add LNG production at roughly $600 a ton in cost in the United States, which basically allows natural gas from the United States post-2020 to reach Europe, assuming gas prices stay the same in the US, at right around $6 in MMBTU, allowing a very nice 20% return on your incremental capital. So I think post-2020, the US will continue to be able to grow its LNG export capacity by a factor of 10% per year for a very long period of time.
And the demand for that LNG, you know, for a long time people had said, oh, only Asia with its oil-linked pricing is going to be a market for U.S. gas. It's not going to make economic sense to bring it into Europe. Is that still the case or not?
Well, I do think we're going to have a new set of conditions. If you believe that Henry Hub prices are going to stay around $3, we, for instance, will be able to make a 20% return on our investment, landing gas in Europe at $6. So I think the U.S. will become a very significant factor in European markets, and American gas will determine what Europeans pay for their gas prices, because I don't see Henry Hub really moving much from the $3 benchmark anytime soon.
Muraki-san, how do you see the picture from Japan in terms of the outlook for LNG demand with the drop in the oil prices? Are customers losing interest in LNG imports, in LNG from the U.S.? What do you think the pricing formula, the contract structure is going to look like moving forward?
Yeah, the drop in oil prices and also the U.S. export of LNG starting the end of this year, those two phenomena will have a substantial impact on the Asian gas market as well as the pricing mechanism. I think it's good timing, good opportunity to reconsider the pricing mechanism from decoupling from oil price. For instance, in the 90s, when the oil price was low, producers were concerned about the price risk. Then gentle slope, fixed price, S-curve, those type of the mechanisms were implemented. However, from coming into this century, oil price stays high, so they forget about it. But now, producers now reconsidering the prices. And then U.S. natural gas will come into this market. This is a different business model. This is the Henry Hub linked tolling arrangement. And also, as Mr. Soki mentioned, that it's very price competitive. So I think it's the U.S. will bring Henry Hub as well as possibly some project can offer a fixed price to the market. And in the Asian market, the new market will emerge in Southeast Asia. And also in Japan, liberalization, the market reform will proceed. So end users will become the buyers of LNG in a few years' time. So different price signals coming out from the market. And so different type of the pricing, different type of the conditions will be coming to the market. So I think it's the U.S. LNG is very important option for the portfolio of the buyers in the Asian market.
And can you just to follow up on that, we've seen this real, significant change in the pricing of natural gas into Europe from very little being hub-based, most of it oil-linked, to 50 or 60% now being sold on the basis of spot prices. What does it take to create sort of an Asian trading hub like that, and to start to see much more of the gas being sold in Asia on those kinds of terms?
Yeah, in addition to the pricing, the advantage of the U.S. LNG is the destination free. As you are aware that the traditional Asian LNG has a destination contract, so it's not flexible for the destination. So this will liquidize the market. And also the spot trading will be expanded. So that creates a possibility of the trading market. However, to create a house, I think its market side need to be changed. So more liberalized market and different players come into the trading market and activate the trade. Then hub will be created. So I think to form the hubs in Asia, it takes some more time because not only the LNG liquidity of LNG, but the market needs to be changed.
Now, for Mario, do either of you want to come in on the question of sort of the changes you see in the global gas market and what impact U.S. Might have on that?
Well, yes, I think that the market is reacting to low prices, but I think that the channels of how this gas is traded around the globe will have an impact on this decoupling of oil prices and gas prices. So far, the U.S. has been a very big producer of gas, and as my colleague also said, in Asia, there is plenty of demand for this kind of products.
I'll add a little bit of perspective. As COFPEC, we are an investor in the Wheatstone LNG project in Australia. So we do have gas to sell. Most of it is going to Japan, customers in Japan. When you think about new LNG, when you think about new projects coming on stream, it makes sense for companies like Mr. Suki's to price at their local price, whether it's Henry Hub or what have you. But when you look internationally and you look at new projects coming along, yes, of course, buyers are pushing towards Henry Hub prices, but I'm not so sure that sellers are accepting that as much because in the end, these are projects that need offtake agreements, firm offtake agreements before you get to FID. And if there's that disconnect still, then it's not really, I think, a done deal right now that you're definitely going to move towards Henry Hub pricing or a firm decoupling. I think so long as investors, sellers in this market still cling to oil prices, and certainly a company like ours, which is heavily oil-based, would prefer to have the exposure to the oil price than to a Henry Hub gas price, we wouldn't make those types of investments.
Right. There are several questions we've gotten about LNG exports, but let me come back to that because I want to make sure we cover a couple of topics and then we'll circle back. So, Nawaf, let me stay with you on the oil market. First, there's been much speculation about what's driving the Saudi oil policy. So I want to ask you, from your seat in Kuwait, how, first of all, is OPEC still relevant? Should we think about OPEC as a functioning entity? And what do you think is motivating what the Saudis are doing now?
Sure. Just because I come from Kuwait doesn't mean I have any better insights than anybody else. But I'll give you what I see. I had been going to OPEC meetings for about 15 years until a couple of years ago. Thank God I don't go to those anymore. But what I had seen in those in the past, and I see still, is that this is an organization that is not politically driven anymore. It is economically driven. These are people trying to make the best decisions for their countries, for their home budgets. What's driving OPEC right now is, I think, a realization that to remove the lowest cost barrels, to act as a swing, to create an artificial floor for the highest cost barrel just doesn't make any economic sense anymore. Now, a lot of people have been saying the general consensus is that this is an economic war, if you will, against shale oil in the United States. I'm not so sure that it is, because you see a race to the bottom between prices and oil prices and costs in the United States. Whoever gets to the bottom first will be the winner, whether it's prices driving out production or costs going down faster than prices have gone down and therefore maintaining the production. But what happens is other projects around the world get impacted. So it's not designed, I don't see it designed as something that has a target of U.S. shale. I think it has a target of high cost barrels, whether they are shale, which no longer is the case as prices and costs go down. It may be other projects around the world that rely on $100 oil to be cost efficient, and that no longer is the case.
Yeah, there was Ed Crooks and one of his colleagues had a good piece in the FT today about how, paradoxically, one of the best things to happen to the U.S. oil industry might be the oil price drop and the reduction in costs. I don't know if they would agree, but that was the point of the piece. So just to make sure I understood what you said, though, it's not politically motivated, it's economically motivated. We're going to let the price fall and let the higher cost producers balance the market. People in North America and elsewhere have complained for 40 years about the existence of a cartel in the oil market. It doesn't exist.
And now you're in a position where you don't have a functioning cartel. So you are in an open free fall and letting market forces work as poorly or inefficiently or as efficiently as possible. But what we see going forward is, what I'm most concerned about, honestly, is potential underinvestment in the industry going forward. OPEC spare production capacity is about just over 2 million barrels a day right now. Demand increasing about 1.2 million barrels a day, more or less year on year for the next 5 or 6 years. Non-OPEC supply will increase, will account for that. I think demand is increasing basically as much as supply will be increasing over the next few years. And then you're going to start seeing a constriction of OPEC spare capacity. In the next 5 years, you'll see it drop from 2.5 or so million barrels a day right now, potentially to just over 1 million and perhaps even less, and that becomes dangerous. That puts you into a world where you enter into, for lack of a better term, a super spike period where you have increased volatility, and because of underinvestment, perhaps in the next few years.
I want to turn to ask Mario about what's happening in Mexico, but just anyone else first on kind of OPEC and the Saudi oil policy. If anyone else has comments, do we you all agree that we now have the free oil market that people have said for many years they supposedly want? Supply and demand will determine the price? Sharif?
Jason, beware your wishes, they might come true. I think Nawaf is absolutely right. There is a realization now that there is a market. You can't fight it, so why try? And at the end of the day, everybody has the same equation. If I think oil prices with a lot of volatility are going to be at a new medium, or no new median, then the equation is very simple. How many barrels do I need to sell to balance my budget on a long-term basis? You can spend a year or 2 or 3 working at a deficit, but ultimately you need to get at that price level that allows you to have a balanced budget. And it makes sense for everybody, and that's the new world we're living in. So there are countries that are low-cost producers, like Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and the Emirates, which have the privilege of saying we can choose at what level we want to stop. And that has to be with our internal requirements on a long-term basis. And then you have other countries that are high-cost producers. They don't have that luxury. And you have in the middle somewhere the United States with this incredible phenomena that Zach was describing, where in less than 12 months, the swing between exit rate and exit rate can be 2 million barrels a day. So that's as much as the entire spare capacity of OPEC. And it changes in 1 year. So you've got this incredible new phenomenon that is very, very short term, where in 1 year you can have very significant adjustments on both sides. And in this world, you have to make long-term investments. And people who used to say, okay, here's my price revision for the next 40 years, and this is what I'm going to base my investment on, have to look at a picture now where every 3 years, you're going to go from one cycle to the other with very, very different pricing mechanism, and you need to live with this new environment. The good news on the other side is because America lives with a very short-term cycle and very micro decisions. You don't have to have 20 years worth of offtake agreements anymore. You can make decisions. We make decisions to drill wells with $5 to $10 million. We make 40,000 of those every year. But it's a micro decision. There's nobody who needs to plan what is going to happen for 25 years. We can build spare capacity for LNG exports with maybe $1 billion investment, and that's not a very significant market. You can do it with a 3 to 5 year offtake agreement as opposed to a 20-year offtake agreement. So the world is changing where the investment mechanisms are completely different. You need to look at parameters that are completely different, and you have to be making allowances for very high volatility that is going to go in cycles very, very quickly. And it's a new world, and that's what we now need to adjust to.
So the U.S. is the world's new swing supplier, or am I putting words in your mouth?
I think by the function of being a free market and completely free market, the U.S. is now the swing supplier.
Any other comments on that?
Yeah, I tend to agree that this is more like a free market condition. I think the important thing is to realize that the OPEC countries have the ability to produce more or to reduce production very quickly. So this condition of being the United States, the more powerful right now in terms of production, that can change very quickly.
Great. Let me stay with you, Mario, to kind of ask you what's happening in Mexico. How are Mexico's constitutional reforms going in your view? What's the outlook for attracting foreign investment and for production? And how is that being affected by the low oil price?
Sure. Well, as everybody knows, I mean, the Constitution was modified in December of 2013. For me and for all Mexicans, I think this is the most important reform that have ever placed after the NAFTA agreement was signed 20 years ago. The implementation of the reform, I think, is going very well. All the secondary legislation was approved by the Mexican Congress in August of last year. And right now we are in the process of implementing the full reform. This means a lot of changes. As you said, the most important one is that the private sector can now invest in the sector along all the value chain. For Pemex, which has been the monopoly for the last 77 years, or used to be the monopoly for the last 77 years, I think it's a very good news in the sense that now we can associate with other companies in order to do all our activities along the sector. Pemex has been a monopoly in that sense. We have embarked in a very aggressive cultural change also inside the company. We need to work a lot with the people to modify the way we work in Pemex, the way we think in Pemex. Now we are going to face also competition. We are going to have the possibility to associate, but we are also going to face competition from other companies. And I think that is going to put the right incentives for the company to be more efficient in the future.
And just the impact of the oil price drop on the market for investment?
Well, there is, of course, an impact. Fortunately, in Mexico, we have low production cost areas. On average, the all-in cost in Mexico and of all the areas that we got in round zero in Pemex is approximately $23 per barrel. So there is still an interesting margin. We would have preferred, of course, a higher price, no? But still at these prices, there is interesting business to do in Mexico. And that is why in the round one that was announced by the Mexican authorities last year, there is plenty of interest. We have seen approximately around 30 to 40 international companies that have signed for all the data room information. So the first results will be announced in July and the second in September. And I think the results are going to be good news.
And just one last question on that. Mexico is currently in the bid process for shallow water exploration and production. Could you explain what resources will be up for tender, where you expect to see the greatest interest?
Well, I think in shallow waters is the most productive and the most lower cost areas in the country. So I think that in that sense, we will see a lot of interest in that kind of areas, which are the first one to be auctioned.
Anyone else on, I mean, you're looking all around the world for investment opportunities. How do you see Mexico?
Absolutely. We've signed an MOU with Pemex to work together in Mexico. It's one of the regions where we have an active focus on, and we really would like to be one of the companies partnering, especially with Pemex and with other companies, international oil companies working in Mexico. I can't say enough about the breadth, depth, scope, and seriousness of our brothers in Mexico about their constitutional reforms and how seriously they take all of this. So I think I applaud you for that, and it's something that we would all like to be involved in. COFPEC is also looking very seriously at the United States and the opportunities that we see here. We see a disconnect still between sellers and buyers like us. I think people still don't have a common understanding on what an oil price deck looks like. Shell, in their acquisition of BG, albeit that is a strategic acquisition, there are other drivers going, but Shell put out their price deck. It's very interesting. They put out the numbers exactly where they thought prices were going. I think they might be a little bit optimistic, but they're not completely far off, I think. I think sellers still, to use another phrase, from a different political environment, they're not going to snap back these oil prices. They're not going to snap back to $100 a barrel. We are in a new normal. We're going to be in this for the next few budget cycles. So I think as sellers come to that realization, buyers will be able to transact. I think it's consistent with the previous panel's discussion. But you just need that understanding on prices.
And there was also a story in the FT today about Shell and Total holding off on offshore Africa projects as you're looking around the world also at making investments. We talk a lot about the impact of the oil price on U.S. shale, but how do you see it on offshore, deep water, Arctic?
I think Arctic is extremely challenged at this point. I think when you look at deep water, you're talking about multi-billion-dollar investments that will be challenged, I think, at this point. But you also see the cost curve coming down as well, and that's more interesting. That contractors now are more available, rigs are more available. The service companies now have a lot of people who aren't doing much, so either they're laying them off or you can get them for a lot cheaper than you could. We haven't yet settled at our new level yet. I think the prices still are in flux. You may have seen, we've seen a little bit of a jump up over the past few weeks. It's a question as to whether that's a dead cat bounce or that's something that's going to last, because typically in the second quarter you expect to see prices go down a little bit with refinery runs dropping. But we'll see what happens with these investments. A lot of the high cost barrels will probably not get invested.
Let's talk about some other types of energy. Araki-san, can you talk a little bit about the latest on the nuclear in Japan, and when, with the pace at which the nuclear power will be brought back online, and how low oil prices affect Japan's ability to diversify its energy sources?
First, on the low oil price, of course, is a positive for the trade balance and the economy. And in terms of nuclear, the restart of the existing nuclears, now 24 units have applied restart, and 4 units are judged to meet the new safety standard by the nuclear regulatory authority. And the first unit we expect to restart sometime in July this year. There are 2 steps. One is the permission from the authority, and then permission from the agreement from the local community. Those are 2 issues. However, now every single unit is facing the lawsuits. There were 2 judgments. One local court, the judgment was in favor of the restart. So they rejected the court case. However, another one, the judgment is stop the restart. So the different judgment came out. So it is another uncertainties and the time-consuming process. But once the restart happens, the capacity of the nuclear regulatory authority probably around 4 to 6 units can be the maximum to be approved every year. So to restart the 24 units takes 4 to 6 years if the process moves smoothly. And then now, government just started the discussion on the long-term energy mix through 2030. Of course, it needs to address the climate issue. And 2 issues. One is what is the share of the nuclear in the power supply in 2030, and another one is the share of the renewables in 2030. And recently government mentioned about their plan, the nuclear 20 to 23% and the same like renewables 20 to 23% in energy electricity supply. However, to increase the share of nuclear to 23% by 2030, they have to extend the lifetime from 40 years now to 60 years. It can be a difficult target to change. If the lifetime is limited to 40 years, probably the possibility is that the share of nuclear in 2030 will be less than 15%. And renewables to increase more than 20% is also the very tough target. So if the nuclear limit less than 15%, and the renewables around 20%. The remaining 65% need to be supplied by the fossil fuels. So natural gas will be the primary energy to fill this 65% remaining portion.
And just a reminder for those who are listening online, my name is Jason Bordoff, the director of the Center on Global Energy Policy. We're here with Sharif Suki from Cheniere Energy, Sam Maraki from Tokyo Gas, Mario Beauregard from Pemex, and Sheikh Nawaf Al-Sabah from the Kuwait Foreign Petroleum Exploration Company. Let me stay with you, Maraki-san, just how you see renewables in Japan's electricity mix. We've seen tremendously exciting reductions in the cost of solar in particular. What do you think the outlook is for meeting electricity demand there?
The cost of the solar will decline, and however, we have a siting problem and also the grid connections. Particularly the wind farms, the appropriate siting is the northern part of Japan. It's not well developed. The power network is not well developed. So I think this access of the renewables to the grid becomes an issue in Japan now. So how to cope with this kind of issue has a big impact on the future share of the renewables. And we introduced a feed-in tariff system 2 years ago, and the increase of the solar is making the electricity price for the customers to be higher, not as much as the Germany. However, that is another concern from the market. So it is, again, and I would say it is very difficult to increase the share of renewables more than 20% in 2030. It's very, very tough target.
So I want to, we have a shift to some questions we've gotten, and several bring up the topic of looking at the demand side and also the sort of stranded assets question and how you think about climate risk. So, one question in particular is about when we think about meeting climate goals and the idea that we might not need to consume all the oil and gas reserves that we have, how does that affect the hydrocarbon market and investment? But when you look at vehicle efficiency improvements, at the Paris climate negotiations, at what's happening around the world, how do you, in your own investments, think about different scenarios for hydrocarbon demand? Sharif, how do you think about it?
From our standpoint, it's hard to visualize non-hydrocarbon demands growing fast enough to offset the natural growth of energy needs on a global basis. So whatever you do, if you want to bring the developing world to standards that are comparable to the Western world, the demand for energy is going to increase very, very dramatically. The reliance on coal might diminish, but the reliance on other fossil fuels is going to increase. As Mr. Muraki was saying, relying on nuclear is very difficult in most environments. Maybe in Japan it's an exception, but I don't think in Europe or in the United States you're going to see an increase in nuclear power anytime soon. So you're left with solar and wind, and I don't see the growth sufficient to offset the kind of demand growth you're going to get from developing countries. So I think for a while now we're going to have continued reliance on hydrocarbons unless you want to take the position that the developing world doesn't deserve to catch up, which is a non-starter.
And do you see a scenario where, more aggressive climate policy might change that trajectory, or that seems...
No, I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I think you can very well do this and improve the carbon footprint at the same time. There are certain things that I think are necessary and make sense. But you're dealing with a world now where hydrocarbons are going to be cheaper than what we've experienced for the last 5 years. And we're still in a system that really doesn't impose a cost on carbon emissions, which is a mistake. So
A mistake not to impose carbon emissions.
yes. So I think the notion of a carbon tax is very helpful because it helps the process and it helps make reinvestments in improving the process to make sure that we reduce the carbon footprint. So there's a lot of things that can be done, and if you increase the use of natural gas, it's going to be an improvement. But even with natural gas, there's a cost involved, and you've got to factor it in.
Now, is there a scenario in which, when you look out, into the outlook, not in a couple of years, but further down the road, peak oil demand is possible?
I don't see it yet. We had, the peak theorists have come and gone. Every generation gets them. Every generation has them.
That was on the supply side. But
yes.
Yeah.
But also on the demand side, I think we still see, whether the United States has peaked in demand or not, Europe may have or not. When you look at the developing world, as Sharif was saying, there is still plenty of demand to come from there, whether it's China or India or even Africa once the development really gets going there. Right now, we look at hydrocarbons, we look at the mix, the mix of energy. I still see oil is about 32% or so of the overall energy mix today. 5-6 years from now, with a larger pie, oil will still account for about at least 30%. So there's still a lot of growth on that side, especially on the oil side as well as everything else. Sure, there's going to be more in renewables. There might be more in probably less in coal, but in gas, LNG, you'll see a lot more there. What are we doing about it in terms of our investment strategies? We're investing as I was saying, we see oil demand increasing to about 100 million barrels in the next 5 or 6 years. That's a lot more barrels, even if you account for another doubling of U.S. shale. You've got to replace, and that's a big if. You've got to replace all the declines around the world. You're still going to rely on OPEC. You're still going to rely on the OPEC core countries, being Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and the Emirates. We also see what internally in Kuwait, for example, just as one of the producing countries, what are we doing about it? We have a mandate from His Highness the Emir of Kuwait to have 20% of our electricity through solar. We in the oil sector in Kuwait are probably going to be the first people to try to do that, just to follow through on the Emir's challenge. And that's going to be a big challenge. But if we can do that, that'll help replace a lot of energy use carbon footprints as well.
Yeah, and then of course the question that raises, I'm sure people are scribbling on cards now, is sort of, what if that outlook for the role fossil fuels plays just is not consistent with what many people say needs to be done on climate change. I think that's where the question kind of comes from, and whether people can see a big transition happening in the way the transportation sector works and how people move that really could have, is there some scenario you see that could have sort of a tipping point in terms of how we think about oil demand? I don't know, Mario, from your standpoint, how you think about that.
Yeah, I think if we think that in the medium term we are going to have a price range between $40 to $7 per barrel, I think all these new technologies are going to be more difficult to develop. I mean, at these prices, the use of oil and of hydrocarbons is the most cost effective. All the infrastructure that we have built in the world is prepared to work with hydrocarbons, not to alternative energy sources. So in that regard, a change in the climate rules of the game would be very costly for everybody. So we really don't believe that will be the solution.
I'm going to try to work through a couple of these other questions. One, Sharif, is for you. What's your view of LNG as marine fuel? Can it supplant heavy oil? And it says at the PS at the bottom, you're a brilliant entrepreneur. So I'm passing that along.
Ask the question again. You went too fast. What was that?
Well, the compliment or the question? The compliment is you're a brilliant entrepreneur. And the question is, can LNG supplant heavy oil as a marine fuel?
It's hard to say, because one day it makes sense, one day it doesn't make sense. So you look at it, and when you have $40 or $50 oil prices, the incentive is not there. When you have $100 oil prices, the incentive is there. So natural gas prices in the US, I think, are going to stay in the $3 range, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less. So that's pretty much a constant, but oil prices are all over the place. So when you're trying to make investments that are going to last for decades, with an industry that changes every 2 to 3 years, you tend to stay with the immediate investments and not go to the 20-year investment, because nobody wants to get invested in something that turns out to be a white elephant. So I would have said 2 years ago, yes, transportation fuel, there's a switch to natural gas. It's very plausible, especially in the United States, because the incentive was there. Today, the incentive doesn't exist, so I think it's going to slow down pretty dramatically.
There's also a question about the geopolitical implications of the Leviathan Basin. Let me broaden it a little bit, but given what you were saying earlier about the Henry Hub price and the economics of U.S. LNG exports connected with the oil price, should we be pretty pessimistic about Eastern Med gas or East African gas coming into the market in any significant volumes anytime soon?
Well, I mean, let me repeat what my view is. I think by 2020, you're going to have 70 million tons coming from the United States. And then after that, for the foreseeable future, for several years, maybe a decade, that market can grow at 10% per year. That means that you can deliver gas to Europe, and if, assuming Henry Hub stays around 3, somewhere between $6 and $7 very profitably. And you can do it to Asia, somewhere between $8 and $9 very profitably. You don't need long-term contracts, you don't need offtake agreements, and you don't need financing, because you're financing in the next generation out of cash flow. So with that set of circumstances, the US takes a very important geopolitical role in terms of being able to affect prices on a global basis and affect security of supply for many countries around the world. And it changes the parameters very dramatically.
Let me ask you and everyone else, just bring up one other topic before, while we have a couple more minutes. At CERAWeek last week in Houston and elsewhere, you know, the topic of crude oil exports is getting a lot of attention these days from the U.S. Sharif, you know something about government permitting and the process of approving exports in a different fuel. But how important do you think it is, given the slowdown in production, given that process condensates are allowed to be exported? How pressing an issue is this, and what do you see as the potential impact on the global market if exports were permitted?
Okay, so in the US, my experience, and especially as an immigrant, is that we end up doing the right thing for the most people. And sometimes it's frustrating and it takes a while to get there, but eventually people work through all the impediments, the pros and the cons, and end up doing what works best for most people. There's no question, Don, that on a domestic basis, the increase in production is very beneficial because it reduces the cost to the American family and therefore contributes a significant amount to growth in GDP domestically. There's also no question that the impact on the rest of the world is magnified. So if you look at the reduction from $110 to $50 or $60, it's probably worth 1 percentage point of growth on a global basis. That's hundreds of billions of dollars a year. So there's no question that all these things enter into the picture. And at the end of the day, if you continue to ban exports from the United States of oil and you create a bifurcated system where global prices are higher than domestic prices by a significant amount, reflected in the spread between Brent and WTI. It is not sustainable. It is not sustainable domestically, and it's not sustainable internationally. So as I was convinced 5 years ago that we would be allowed to export LNG, I am now convinced also that the pressure will be relentless and we will export oil as well.
Other thoughts on not the likelihood, I don't know who wants to comment on the U.S. government, but what would be the impact? Is this sort of a debate inside the U.S. between, refiners and producers and who captures the rents, or do you think this has the ability to have an impact on the global market if exports were allowed? Mario, do you have thoughts on that?
Well, in our case, we have been making the case to the U.S. authorities that we would like to have a swap between light oil and heavy oil. No? In Mexico, we need light oil, but we produce heavy oil. And in the U.S., in the refinery system that they have here, they use heavy oil. So there is a good case to make, a good business case to have this kind of swap agreement. Now, so far, the authorities have not decided to export light oil to Mexico. But on the other hand, I think that if exports are allowed, that will have a huge impact on prices.
Are you getting any indications or signals about whether and when the swap might be approved?
Not as far as I know. I am not in charge of doing those negotiations, but we have been talking since maybe the last 12 months with the authorities here in the U.S. to have this kind of transaction.
Anyone else? Does it have much?
I won't comment on U.S. government policy, but I'll say from an international perspective, we'd welcome it. We'd welcome the additional crude. It'll balance the spread between WTI and Brent. It would truly create a more open market, one that the U.S. obviously always calls on other countries to help implement. So that would be something from our perspective that could actually be quite welcome. In fact, COFPEC, on a pure corporate perspective, COFPEC would also benefit from that because we have investments in Canadian shale that'll produce quite a bit of condensate. If that is able to come through the United States and export, that's a different policy issue. Also, that would create even more benefit to us. So having the open market, I think, makes more sense.
Jason, I have to just point out the irony of OPEC recommending open markets.
I wanted to say that specifically, and I'm going to let him
being the United States. I don't think it's sustainable.
It doesn't.
Thank you for doing that because I didn't want to say that on my own.
I don't know what OPEC is anymore. After the beginning of the conversation, it evidently doesn't exist. We have a freely functioning oil market. I just wanted to get, if I can, through one, probably just time for one more question that is in the deck here that people asked, and one was about the Russia-China gas deal. Meraki-san, let me ask you from your standpoint in Japan, how do you view that, and what do you think it means for the regional gas markets?
It's a difficult question, but Russia definitely is looking at the Eastern market and the Northeast Asian countries, China, Japan, and Korea. And China is a growing market. I would say Japan is a reliable market for Russia. And however, because of this low oil price, I think my observation is the Russia-China deal is still fragile because this low oil price will give the downward pressure for the price they negotiated, and also the capital expenditure required to build the pipeline and also the upstream. So it will take time, more time than scheduled. And we are now considering the possibility to have the dialogues with Russia in terms of long-term energy the cooperation. And I'm proposing 5 issues. One is oil, and 2 on natural gas, 1 is LNG, and another one is pipeline. And grid connection, that is Russia been proposing. And then the hydrogen, utilizing their hydropower to produce an hydrogen to bring to Japan. So I call it energy bridges to discuss with the Russian party. In terms of the pipeline from Russia, from the Sakhalin Island to Japan in Tokyo area, we studied the cost of the pipeline of the 1,500 kilometers transport 88 BCM of natural gas, which is about 6 million tons LNG equivalent. The cost, estimated cost is 3.7 billion US dollars. It means about $600 per ton of LNG, so which is almost equivalent to the US LNG terminals. But including the transportation, no shipment, no ships. So I think this is very competitive to supply gas to Japanese market. So that kind of discussion will happen. However, we of course concern the position of US against Russia.
Great. Well, this has been, I wish we had much more time. This has been a tremendous panel, a tremendously interesting, informative, and exciting day, a microcosm, I think, of what we're doing here at the Center on Global Energy Policy, from domestic to global, from climate policy to oil and gas geopolitics, from policy to markets and everything in between. It's really, I think, today a reflection of what we're doing here, building a world-leading platform for research, convening, and dialogue about our most pressing energy challenges. And I really appreciate everyone joining us here today and being part of this with us. Please continue to join us. Follow us on Twitter. Look for our research and events online. If you can't attend in person, download them through iTunes, listen to watch our podcasts, or join our events in person. Our next one, which will help us also understand the outlook for the energy markets, is on May 4th at 6 p.m. in the room behind me with the Administrator of the Energy Information Administration, Adam Szyminski, to discuss their new annual energy outlook. And you should all please, after you join me in thanking our panelists, also go to that room behind me, because that's where we'll be having a reception to celebrate 2 years of the Center on Global Energy Policy. Thanks very much.